You definitely look back at it and what if that, but at the same time, you learn from it. We know we're going to be back, and it's a good lesson for us, and I think you just see come playoff time, anything can happen. One shot means a lot, so, it obviously stings right now, but we'll be better from it.
Locker cleanout continues today for the Sabres. Their season ended Monday night. We heard from quite a few players yesterday. In case you missed anything, you can find that on demand at WGR550.com. We'll hear from more players throughout the show this morning. The Western Conference Final begins tonight. Vegas takes on Colorado at 8 o'clock. And the Eastern Conference Final begins tomorrow night. Montreal will take on Carolina, who's had 12 days of rest since sweeping the Flyers. Puck drop set for 8 o'clock tomorrow. Bills OTAs, they're underway. We heard from head coach Joe Brady and quite a few of the players. If you missed anything, you can find that on our website as well. Looking around the NFL, Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice will serve a 30-day jail sentence after violating probation tied to a 2024 multi-car crash, forcing him to miss OTAs and mandatory minicamp. And ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Rice is expected to be sidelined at least 2 months due to a cleanup surgery on his right knee. Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix are splitting first-team reps during Falcons OTAs. Devon Achane reported to the Dolphins facility, and Cam Scatabo, dealing with the ankle injury, said he'll be ready to play in Week 1. Can catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Shope and the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Wednesday.
Doesn't feel like a Wednesday.
I'm going to start saying the day of the week at the beginning of the show for everybody involved here.
Mm-hmm. Got to get back on track.
Yeah. I've got a day of the week clock. There are a lot of circumstances in your life that make maybe, you out there or even you now with days of the week and not knowing what day of the week it was. You're still in the haze from the Sabres playoffs. Wednesday. Today is Wednesday. Plan accordingly. Which, by the way, made me. I instantly realized. Usually on Wednesdays we talk to Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, and I did not confirm him for today because Sabres playoffs. So we've moved him around a bit.
Right.
So I'll text him and maybe he'll come on tomorrow. That'll be the plan. Because we got Sal today, we got Paul Hamilton today. More locker clean out for the Sabres. A lot of cleaning these lockers. They've got to clean them thoroughly. We'll hear from more Sabres brass and all that. And we'll check in with Sal because OTAs are underway, and there are body changes to some of these players.
Landon Jackson looks bigger.
And Dwayne Carter. You got the Bills have added some beef. So we'll talk about that with Sal. Yeah. Right. They've added some muscle, or maybe whatever it is. Yeah. And, get a little bit of a window into what they're doing. And, of course, still doing the autopsy on the Sabres and kind of reacting to it. Are all the numbers and all the fancy stats that tell you, look at Montreal. It's like one of the worst teams ever to make it through a series like that. Which maybe that's a little strong.
Yeah, but
I did learn this one. This is my favorite one. You told me yesterday about the ice tilt.
Ice tilt and how the Sabres, at least Game 7 was the second most ice tilt by any team in the playoffs in a single game.
Ice tilt is how much a team is controlling the game.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that Game 7, the Sabres were second. It was the second most ice tilt
of this postseason.
So
of all the games and all the teams, there was one Colorado game above it.
Yeah. But they had the puck in the offensive zone. It's basically a you were dominating stat.
Yep.
And they lost. And I looked at the top, that new ice tilt stat or whatever measure had the top 25 ice tilts of the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Sabres had 7 of them.
Yeah.
Montreal had 1.
Yeah.
7 of them. And I think the Sabres had 4 of the top 11.
Were their last 2 games probably both like in there also? Because game 6, I'm guessing, was in that category.
Yes. Montreal's only ice tilt that made the top 25 was game 3 against the Sabres when they were blowing the doors off the Sabres because they were shaken by Bell Center. Anyway, what are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm making sense of the fancy stats for me is also like Alex Tuck had some underlying numbers that were really, really strong, and how can that possibly be the case? Because my eyes weren't the opposite of Tage, right? We did this yesterday. Tage ended up with the box score stats. Like, he got there, 15 points, and you had yesterday that he was dead last in expected goal share in the series for Buffalo, right? Mm-hmm. He was dead last.
Expected goals.
All right, so that lines up with what we were thinking in the middle of the series. Like, he doesn't look right. And yesterday, like, there's Jay Fresh Hockey from HockeyStats.com in the PDO cast, and he's got the list of all the best scoring chance leaders in the entire playoffs. Like, who's generating more scoring chances? Who has more scoring chances than anybody in the playoffs? And the top 3 in the NHL so far in the postseason. No, sorry, this is just round 2. Round 2 only was Stan Coven from Carolina, number 1, which makes sense. That dude's been awesome.
Yep.
Konsta number 2. It's impressive. And then there's Tuck sitting there at number 3. Like, that can't be right. And I think you've got his agent out there right now. He did an article, ESPN.com, saying the same thing. Like, he didn't play bad, he just didn't score. And I don't know, that was not the way I was thinking about his series. I thought, no, he's also playing poorly. He looks lost. And he's not moving quite as fast as he had been.
Yeah.
And it's not just Tuck. I mean, there's other guys that I think are, no, not really. It's Tage and it's Tuck, right? That's kind of it. Like, who you're trying to make sense of, like, what happened and how good were they really.
Yep.
I think we know how good Benson was. We know how good Dahlin was. We know how good Doan was. Quinn, even. I think we just understood with him. That's a better one, isn't it? He was getting chances.
Yep.
We knew he was playing well.
He eventually did score, but
it just wasn't going in for him. Tuck and Thompson, I feel like I'm going to be wanting to watch every shift of their series to figure out, like, okay, how bad was it really?
Well, it's funny, like, he played well, he just didn't score. And that's good process, but, in the moments of playoff games, what counts? What if I were to try to make the case to you? McDermott's defenses in the playoffs, they played well. They just gave up scores.
Right.
You'd be like, oh, congratulations. I don't really care how well you played. It's the playoffs. You've got to get the job done, which, that's a clumsy comparison. But I will admit, here we are, the next day. We've slept on it again, or at least a full night's sleep on it because the Game 7 was late. I don't know yet where I want things to go. I don't know what I want to do about Tuck. Goalie is a conversation and probably will be. That's the most likely to be a conversation for the Sabres. And we're already off and running. The offseason is here. Here's Jeff Merrick on the Sabres and what to do about goalie. And he goes big right out of the gates.
Are the Buffalo Sabres in a place right now where they need to take a massive swing? Are they a legitimate, consistent playoff team? Like, if we believe that, then is it time to address one major concern for the Buffalo Sabres and bring in a significant netminder and pay a significant price for it? And if so, could that person be Connor Hellebuck?
Right to the top, Connor Hellebuck.
Yeah.
And, of course, like Bobrovsky's a UFA. There'd be a lot of names here like this. And the flip side of that is we've done the goalie conversation 50 times over the last 20 years in hockey.
Sure.
The 4 goalies that are backstopping teams that are left are certainly not your Hellebucks, Vasilevskis, Bobrovsky, and, insert name here. It's guys that are good to trustworthy, that do the job, that have not hit their big payday yet. They look a lot more like Alex Lyons to a point than they look like Connor Hellebucks. And I don't know what to do. Owen, I'm going to bring Owen in here. We talked about the Luukkonen goal. And, you think it's a bad goal, and I just would turn over my opinions on goalies to Owen. Like, if he says it's a bad goal, it's a bad goal.
It's like wide receiver with Matt Harmon.
A little bit. But
is this guy good? Yes? Okay.
But at the same time, I have to, almost leave space for, if there are people that disagree with you, then all right. what am I supposed to do? Now I'm back to the body of work for Luukkonen, for Lyon, for what this team ultimately is. And I don't know how Jarmo Kekalainen goes through a full offseason and doesn't at least attempt to solidify something. Trust is a big thing, right? What do these teams that are left have in their goalies? Do they trust Freddie Anderson coming into this year any more than I would have trusted UPL? Would Montreal have trusted Dobesh more than I trust UPL coming into this year?
He was the third guy going into the year.
On some level, you just kind of have to wait for it to happen for whoever that guy is. The Sabres probably signed UPL to that big contract because they thought, we have our moment. This is our guy. We can trust him. So there's voodoo, but I do think there's probably a middle target area of guys to shoot for to say, we think this guy can be good for us for a couple of years without having to spend A, $10 million, and B, assets to go get a guy. Unless you're shooting for, as we mentioned yesterday, and it's probably absurd and it's stupid, but like Swayman, a 25-year-old proven A-grade guy, that's to me worth that idea where, I don't know, Hellebuck might seem ridiculous unless it's like the NFL where you can trade a fourth-round pick for Michael Pittman and a second-round pick for DJ Moore. If it's super cheap, then it's worth pursuing.
But if I may, the reason he comes up is because I think it's less ridiculous, the idea that he would actually get moved than Swayman, who Boston knows is the key to them being anything right now.
For a decade. Right,
yeah, and like we mentioned yesterday, Wolf and Calgary, who's on a list of like untouchables for them. Like if I'm them, I'm thinking, I'm not trading you Dustin Wolf. Like he's 25 years old and I have him under contract. Why would I trade him to you? Unless he like openly tells me I want to be done. Whereas Hellebuck, Winnipeg, he's 33, the money and where they are as a team, like you can, and Owens mentioned, right, like this, I haven't heard it, but the way he sounded at the end of the season, like you could get to, I don't know, that guy maybe could actually get traded.
Yes.
So, yes, he would be expensive, and he's like the best goalie in the league over the last decade, but I think the reason, like Merrick mentions him, is because I think it might be more realistic that he would get traded than any of these 25 to 30-year-old studs that would be out there.
I think that's exactly right. I think the reason that he's at the top of mind for somebody like Merrick, and so I mean I've mentioned him a few times, is because of that. Like at the end of the year, I keep saying, go back and watch his like locker room cleanout interview, and there is a very clear like, I don't know what is going to happen here anymore because I'm probably too good to be on this team now. And so that is there. I have settled into on the goaltending thing. Like to me, there's a very small window of what would be worth doing. To me, Hellebuck is awesome and a great idea for a team that is looking to win in the next 2 to 3 years.
Which that's got to be the Sabres.
Which is the Sabres. But I think the Sabres are also thinking about the next 2 to 7 with the core they've got. So I don't know that is the perfect move. I think it's a good move, and it could be a prudent move, but I don't know that it solves your issue with this core permanently. I am thinking about guys that could do that job for as long as you need them to. Guys like Wallstedt. That is the kind of player that I'm looking at. Yeah. I think he is,
Minnesota, right?
To me, yes, the perfect in-between of Hellebuck, like you mentioned, Joe, 33. He's older. He is a true titan in the position. Every single year, he is great. It's undeniable. Last year was tough. He was hurt. The team was horrible, and he was still pretty good. And to me, that is really expensive and might not quite fit. But a guy like Wallstedt, you might be able to buy in early enough that you get ahead of it, and you can hold on to that guy for 7, 8, 10 years. And he could be a stud. So to me, there is this very small window of like UPL and Lyon, what you got from them. If you bring in another replacement level goaltender, I don't know how you're ever expecting anything better than what you got this regular season.
Like Colton Chaos?
Right.
Right. They brought in a third guy that they also liked, and two of the three kind of separated, and the third guy was the third guy.
Right. And if you bring in a Freddie Anderson, to me, I don't know how you're thinking that that's going to be any better than what you got this year. Goalie is such voodoo that those level guys, you could get the same year you got this year at best, and at worst, a disaster. And that move to me isn't worth making. If you're going to do it, you got to do it and go get a guy. And Hellebuck fits that. I don't know that he's perfect. Like I said, I think Wallstead, that sort of player, is perfect for what they should do because it's a big enough move that I think it is a true upgrade, but it's not going to kill you if like, you know, you're giving up Hellenius and UPL and a first. Like, that could be the price for Hellebuck.
Get your hands off my Hellenius.
That's exactly what I mean.
Hands off my Hellenius.
Yeah. The thing about like Hellebuck and really just kind of the concept of, do you want to make a move that is more to win in the next 2 to 3 years and maybe not 4 beyond that? Like,
yes.
To me,
my answer to that is going to be yes.
My answer would also be yes. And that can, by the way, work itself out. Like, you know, if you were to do this specific idea we're talking about, where Hellebuck's 33, and like, am I expecting him to be the best goalie in the world 4 years from now? Probably not. But can I get 2 to 3 of it? The other thing you're doing is you're buying yourself time to find somebody in that mix that is going to do that. Tampa, I just looked like when they drafted Andrei Vasilevsky in the first round, they did not have Ben Bishop on their team yet. And then they acquired Bishop, who I don't think was not Hellebuck when they did it, but whatever. He went on to have an amazing career, like top 3 in the Vezina multiple times with the Lightning, playoff runs, Stanley Cup Finals, and all of that was while, okay, we got this kid behind him that
baking.
He's baking, right? And I don't know if they have that guy right now. Maybe they don't, but I got 3 years to figure it out.
Right.
And maybe I don't have the best answer at the end of it, but in the meantime, I'm going to take my best shot at winning a Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Because I just looked up, like, hey, what are the teams that would be interested in Connor Hellebuck? And it's Florida, and it's Edmonton, and it's Vegas, and it's like teams that I think I should now consider myself to be among. Like, teams that are trying to win the cup, that are seeing him and saying, yeah, if I can get my hands on him and he's the best goalie in the world, and I can win the Stanley Cup next season. And I think if the Sabres did that, you'd have to say, yes. If they added Connor Hellebuck tomorrow, what stops them from winning the Cup next year? Because that's right now maybe the thing I trust the least on their team. And if I want to do this is less about Hellebuck and the position in general. If I want to make a big swing at a position right now for the Sabres, what's the right position? If in a perfect world you get any of them. Like, isn't goalie outrank blue defenseman? Doesn't it outrank?
I mean, it depends on.
We talked about all the forwards they have.
Sure, but if you're talking big swing, what's the Hellebuck? I mean, if Hellebuck is even the biggest of swings, like insert whoever you think the big swing is in goal. Who's that big swing at forward? I want a name. If I get a name, then I'll tell you who I'd like.
It's Robert Thomas.
If it's Robert Thomas, I might want Robert Thomas and.
You'd rather have Robert Thomas?
I might think I'd rather have Robert Thomas and Jesper Wallstedt than I would have like a Hellebuck.
Right.
The other thing about, but I like your idea there, like the idea that you get one for the next 2 to 3 years. You can draft one. It's one thing that is different about, we can make comparisons to quarterback and goaltender all you want. You do not have to pick top 5 to pick a goalie. In fact, you would never take a goalie in the top 5.
No.
Vasilevsky was 19th overall.
Yeah, Florida picked. Oh, by the way, Florida's another example of this. Now, they never got Knight going, but they drafted Spencer Knight maybe like 15th and signed Bobrovsky to a $10 million year deal. That was in the same offseason they did that.
So if you want to do the 7-year plan, you very well could get most years, maybe get your hands on the best goalie because it's not that hard to get up to where that might be. Sometimes it's a first-round pick, mid-first. I mean, the days of Carey Price going, who went 5th? I think overall.
You can get the first goalie drafted in the second round.
Absolutely.
There's a guy in the Sabres system, I think, that I don't think is on the radar, that was the first goalie picked in a year, and it was like middle of the second round.
Is that the Lupin? Tobias Laine.
Yeah, I think it's Tobias
I think he was the first goalie picked of his draft, and he was like in the middle of the second round or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and there are guys. I mean, Wallstedt was 20th overall, and he's like a true stud.
Right.
So like that is where you're looking at. There are
Is that Gustafsson hip injury?
Yeah, the
really
Gustafsson,
suck for everybody involved? Because I'd want to spend a lot of time on just which one? They've got 2 number 1 goalies. Can I get one of them? But the problem is one of them's got a hip surgery and is going to miss the start of next season.
That is the biggest roadblock with that idea. And if you want to talk about the big moves, I might prefer a Shesterkin move over a Hellebuck one. Little younger, and I might like him 5% more. I think that might make a little more sense. He might be even more available to me because the Rangers are just
30-year-old goalie. Like, what age was Miller when the Sabres dealt him? Was he about 30?
Probably about
in that
30.
neighborhood.
Ooh, how old was Miller?
I don't know.
No, because he was
younger.
He was
Yeah,
older
no,
when he
he was-
started.
32 then?
You're right. I think that might be right.
Maybe 32. Yeah, Shesterkin's 30.
Yeah, 30 on the
Miller
dot.
was 33 when they got traded.
Okay.
So to me, the Shesterkin thing with 30 flat, that could be your thing for 2 to 3 years, like you're talking about, Joe, and you draft a guy to bring in behind him, and that could, ramp up. And whether that works or not with the guy you draft, you've still got, in 3 years, he's 33. That's still like end of prime for goaltenders.
Yeah.
Goalies are later. They can play until they're 36, 37, 38. Bob is old. And he's still been good. This is the first year he's really sort of taken a dip.
Right.
And to me, that is the window. Hellebuck is great. He's at the very end of what I would be willing to do in terms of age. Shesterkin would be, to me, the Goldilocks zone of this guy is as good as it gets. He's 30 years old, and you've got him.
Hellebuck this year had a terrible year, by the way.
Yeah, he struggled.
He did. A terrible year. His save percentage, if you want that, just kind of jarring to look at. The last 10 years, 913, 922, 916, 910, 920, 920, 921, 925, 895.
Yeah, he was hurt for a good stretch in the middle, and the
goals
team was a
save above
disaster.
expected was bad. He had no shutouts for the first time in his career, but he had a good number of quality starts, and even in a bad year,
And he did call, he as Owens mentioned, he called the team's performance unacceptable, said things have to change if we're going to be a Stanley Cup contender.
Yeah.
So he kind of called out the organization a little bit there. And, but by the way, do we think they have a developmental guy, by the way, already here? What is Ellis for this?
Ellis is
he just
that.
not a part of the equation at all for this? I'm not saying you would rely upon him to be it, but he's a 25-year-old goaltender that was great in the AHL, was a pretty good prospect in his previous team, and had a good rookie season.
I think
that doesn't fit the qualification of guy that could bake and maybe turn into something.
He's turned into what Levi was to me.
But I wouldn't even say he's a step above that because he had a better year in the NHL, albeit only 16 games than Levi's had.
Right.
Well, Levi had it, but on 7 games.
Also, the latest on Levi, Jeff Merrick said that he believes the relationship between Levi and the Sabres is over.
Yeah.
That's not surprising.
That it's done here.
That's not surprising.
Which Gene Tagliani in Rochester said he disagrees on that, and of course he's connected in Rochester. Maybe we'll check in with Gene soon and see what he thinks.
I will say I have also heard that might not be right.
Yeah,
that it's not over.
That it's not over. I don't know that for sure, but I have heard from some things.
He needs to be in the NHL though next year,
Right.
or he has to go through waivers.
Yes.
Which, if he's 4th on the pecking order right now, unless they move somebody out and he's Ellis next year. And they promote Ellis to, all right, you're one of the top 2, and Levi's going to be the 15, 16 game third goalie, then he's not here because you're not going to roster 4 goaltenders.
No, yeah, you can't do that.
803-0550. If you want to join us on this, 1-888-552-550. As you step back, what's your feeling? Are you thankful? Are you appreciative? Are you motivated? There's one. That's this conversation is we're motivated, right? All right, let's get to an offseason. Let's talk about what this team can do to get better. And that's a good spot to be in, I think, when you're plugged into every move, every breath of an offseason to figure out how they can, get it the rest of the way there. Understanding other teams will be doing the same thing. It's never a guarantee. You're just going to be back where you were. So never be stagnant on that. And I would like to believe that Jarmo will go aggressively here.
Yeah, one thing I love about this season and the appreciation for the season is not just that they ended the drought. That's the number one thing they did. The number one thing they did this year was they ended the drought. But because they didn't just squeak in and get bounced in round 1, and they went beyond that and won the division and won a round and came 1 goal away from reaching the conference finals and looked good, by the way, at the end of it. It's not just ending the drought. I think they should have made everybody believe these conversations you should be motivated by them because they prove to you that they're not that far away from being able to win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Like if they had just been bounced in round one, then I think it would sound different.
If they had the Kings
season,
Kings season where they won 22 games,
yes, right, and squeaked in,
got swept by a top seed, we'd say, all right, good, the drought's over. But really, how good are they?
Right, and this is more like the drought being over is like in the past. It almost feels like, even though it's not that far removed, because they feel so much further along than we just broke the drought.
Yep. 803-0550, our phone number. My other favorite thing that's happened, we're going to play a clip from it, clip coming up, and you and I have not talked about this part of it at all, is other players around the league taking notice. We've got another great player saying good things about this city and about this fan base, which I just can't get enough of that, because that's what this team also needed to do. Palm trees are not sprouting, but maybe the reputation can change organically. So we'll get to that. 803-0550. Sal at 7 on Bills OTAs and body changes to some of their defensive players. Keon Coleman spoke. Dalton Kincaid spoke. Josh Allen spoke. Joe Brady spoke. Standing up. He's going to be a guy that stands and doesn't sit at press conferences, he said. Anyway, we'll get to a lot of stuff. And Paul Hamilton at 8 o'clock to kind of preview more that you'll hear from the arena as the Sabres continue to kind of say goodbye. We hear from some of the leaders today. That's Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, and, of course, Jarmo and Lindy to wrap up the week as well. So it's all coming up here on WGR. The thing about, but I like your idea there, like the idea that you get one for the next 2 to 3 years. You can draft one. It's one thing that is different about, we can make comparisons to quarterback and goaltender all you want. You do not have to pick top 5 to pick a goalie. In fact, you would never take a goalie in the top 5.
No.
Vasilevsky was 19th overall.
Yeah, Florida picked. Oh, by the way, Florida's another example of this. Now, they never got Knight going, but they drafted Spencer Knight maybe like 15th and signed Bobrovsky to a $10 million year deal. That was in the same offseason they did that.
So if you want to do the 7-year plan, you very well could get most years, maybe get your hands on the best goalie because it's not that hard to get up to where that might be. Sometimes it's a first-round pick, mid-first. I mean, the days of Carey Price going, who went 5th? I think overall.
You can get the first goalie drafted in the second round.
Absolutely.
There's a guy in the Sabres system, I think, that I don't think is on the radar, that was the first goalie picked in a year, and it was middle of the second round.
Is that the Lupin? Tobias Leinen.
Yeah, it's Tobias
I think he was the first goalie picked of his draft, and he was in the middle of the second round or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and there are guys. I mean, Wallstead was 20th overall, and he's like a true stud.
Right.
So that is where you're looking at. There are
Is that Gustafsson hip injury
really
suck for everybody involved? Because I'd want to spend a lot of time on just, which one? They've got 2 number 1 goalies. Can I get one of them? But the problem is one of them's got a hip surgery and is going to miss the start of next season.
That is the biggest roadblock with that idea. And if you want to talk about the big moves, I might prefer a Shesterkin move over a Hellebuck one. Little younger, and I might like him 5% more. I think that might make a little more sense. He might be even more available to me because the Rangers are just
30-year-old goalie. What age was Miller when the Sabres dealt him? Was he about 30?
Probably about
in that
30.
neighborhood.
You definitely look back at it and what if that, but at the same time, you learn from it. We know we're going to be back, and it's a good lesson for us, and I think you just see come playoff time, anything can happen. One shot means a lot, so, it obviously stings right now, but we'll be better from it.
Blocker cleanout continues today for the Sabres as their season ended Monday night. We heard from quite a few players already yesterday. In case you missed anything, you can find it on demand at WGR550.com. We'll hear from more players throughout the show this morning. Western Conference Final begins tonight. Vegas takes on Colorado at 8 o'clock. And the Eastern Conference Final begins tomorrow night. Montreal will take on Carolina, who has 12 days of rest since sweeping the Flyers. Puck drop set for 8 o'clock as well. Bills OTAs underway. We heard from head coach Joe Brady and a few other players. If you missed anything, you can find that on our website as well. And around the NFL, Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice will serve a 30-day jail sentence after violating probation tied to a 2024 multi-car crash, forcing him to miss OTAs and mandatory minicamp. Also playing into that, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports he's expected to be sidelined 2 months due to a cleanup surgery on his right knee. Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix are splitting first-team reps during Falcons OTAs. Devon Achane reported to Dolphins OTAs, and Cam Scadaboo, dealing with the ankle injury, said he'll be ready to play in Week 1. Catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live, now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Shope and the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
The first thing I take from, just even that whole series, but I mean, that crowd in Buffalo is incredible, right? I think that place was off the hook. They were down, 2-0 early. And then when they got that first one, and then when Dahlin scored, the roof kind of popped off. So the crowds were make it so special. And then on top of that, guys are giving 110% every night.
Which NHL player is that? Can you recognize by voice?
Jack Hughes.
Yeah, it's Jack Hughes. It's one of the things that has been, I think, a really fun part of this this year. It's 2 rounds of the playoffs, and whether it's the comeback win against Boston and the series win against Boston, or the Blade Gang's emergence, or here's Jack Hughes talking about the crowd in Game 7 against Montreal. You and I have not had a chance to talk about this because you were away for a couple weeks. Matthew Tkachuk just openly flirting with Sabres fans.
Yeah.
You've got great players who, for the first time maybe in their lives, are watching the hockey games like they would and saying, maybe that place doesn't stink.
Right.
Right? It's like a step forward.
It's maybe not Siberia in the same way.
Wow. Here's Jack Hughes.
You might think.
Oh, man, that place was amazing. Huh. Good. Yeah. That's a step. I know it's a baby step, but for me, that's been working.
And not even players that, you'd expect to be available
No,
and come
not
to you.
at all.
But if they're thinking it, then why couldn't I expect that the second line guy is thinking the same thing that the top line guys are thinking that just have podcasts because, maybe Robert Thomas isn't famous enough to have a podcast.
Maybe not. What would he talk about? Blues hockey?
Probably wouldn't be listened to as much as
Maybe. He might get more numbers
as
than
much
us.
as these guys.
But that's that's fun for me.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you said it, they feel like they're a real NHL team again. And a lot of the player stuff could just be, I guess, the team being back and the fans alone, and that could really just be it. And how many of them would have known that this was there? Sabre players even mentioned Samuelsson wrote that letter to fans at the end of the regular season where he even laid out how, you'd get told all these years by alumni coming back, Miller, whoever, man, you wait till you see what this is like when it's actually good. And he even said, you don't even know if you fully believe it because, okay, sure. You hear it enough and you've not seen it that maybe you don't really fully believe it. And now that here it is, and now everybody sees it, I think that could do a lot for them around the league for players saying yes. And that was the whole time. That's all it was, wasn't it? They just had to win. Mm-hmm. They just had to win.
Had to prove it.
You're going to get off a bunch of no-trade lists. You're going to get off all no-trade lists? No, but you're going to get off about a bunch of them, a lot of them, and that this inability to really propel the team forward is going to be a lot easier on whoever the GM was. And I would expect that to be the case this offseason. If they want to call about Connor Hellebuck, if they want to call about Robert Thomas, whoever the best player is that's traded this offseason is, then I would expect them to be in that race.
803-0550 is our phone number if you want to join us. 1-888-552-550. We'll talk with Sal coming up at 7 on Bill's OTAs and Paul Hamilton at 8 o'clock. More Sabres sound to come. Beck Malenstein says he wants to come back. He's a UFA. I would also like to have Beck Malenstein back. Of course, the guy who scored the game-winning goal in Game 7 against Montreal. Legend.
How about if he had been the hero? The fact they were even still getting shifts that late in the third period.
They were playing well.
It says how much
they were playing well.
How well they were playing, and they obviously had the first goal, right? Greenway ended up getting credit on that goal, the first goal.
Yes, he did.
So their line had been great. They were getting shifts in overtime as well. Which would have been one of the most unlikely series heroes in Sabres history. Who would have been more unlikely? I don't think there is one. A series clinching goal from a guy that's that down in the lineup would have been incredible if he had it, and you would have had to sign him if he had done that. They're gonna sign him, right? Why wouldn't this? If he wants to come back, why wouldn't the Sabres want to sign him?
I would think they would want to sign him. I would
think
so.
He's going to cost what, $2 million?
No, and he's a perfect fourth liner. He does everything right.
Yeah,
fast,
penalty
hits, kills penalties. Yeah. Can score some occasionally sick goals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't dirty, doesn't take penalties,
nope.
Really. You don't have that element of it. Yeah, he's totally right for the role, I would say. And should not cost you what Jordan Greenway costs you.
803-0550 is our phone number. How you feeling today? You feeling at peace with it? Grateful? Mad?
I was thinking this morning what my favorite game of the season was. Or what what I was really wondering is, can a regular season game be the best game of the season?
Because it's Tampa?
The Tampa game.
The Tampa game is still, yeah.
Even though they had 2 rounds of playoffs and great playoff games. Because you could say game 1 against Boston, right? Easily.
Yeah.
That is your first game back. Drought's over. We're all back in the building. And it's a 2-goal comeback, an explosion in the third period. You could definitely say that. and maybe I'm biased because I was not in the arena for that game and I was in the arena for 8-7 against Tampa, but it's got to be, for me, it's absolutely,
If you wanna,
it's going to be a regular season game. It's 8-7 against Tampa.
If you want to do full game, you could do that. How about best moment? You have best moment of the season? We get a lot to talk about because you were gone.
Maybe moment, I would go into game 1 and I would say Samuelson scoring against Boston.
My moment, and again, like there's probably 100 through the regular season, but my favorite moment of the year was the Benson goal in Game 6 that deserves a statue to Ryan McLeod.
Yeah, that's good too.
To Josh Stone. Yeah, a statue to Josh Stone. Like we talked about that with Lindy after that. He mentioned it, how incredible it was, and that comes at a moment where, you know, you're the Sabres who are up in the series on the road looking to close it out. It's a close game. Boston has started to carry play in the third period, and Josh Stone splits McAvoy and Pasternak.
Right, their best two players.
And takes a smash into the wall and sends it to Benson, who roofs it, and the series ends.
Right.
Like, right there, that moment, that play, that goal for me, like, statue.
Yeah.
And there's a still picture of Doan kind of swimming through the two players. It's just, to me, that encapsulates a lot about what this team really was. It was those two guys. It was winning aggressively by chasing pucks, you know, dogs being dogs. We got a million different things along the way, right? Think of all the things we got. River hockey.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just there've been a ton of
everybody ropes, everybody rides.
Yeah,
you had a lot of sayings.
a lot of sayings, a lot of sayings, a lot of vibes.
Yeah.
That Doan moment will forever be etched in my mind.
You were there, right?
It was coming straight at
Game
me. It was
6, like
incredible.
And then handshakes afterwards,
Right.
like, holy cow, our team is shaking hands with the other team again.
The Lindy fist pump after,
Yep.
like, as he's leaving the ice, like,
Yep.
that will forever be.
Yep.
Yeah.
To me, that's the moment of the season. Against Montreal, there's so many great moments. Like,
Is there one anywhere in the 10-game win streak? Or not really, because it's so...
I kind of can't remember the 10-game
I know
win
there's
streak.
so many things
You
have
know?
happened since
The
then.
Dallas game, to me, was a moment. The New Year's Eve
the
game.
Dallas game. Yeah.
Because
Okay,
they went in and just destroyed Dallas, and Dallas was red hot.
Yeah.
And that was New Year's Eve, and I was out, and everybody I was out with. It
Yeah.
was the first time I felt like the community, like, oh, they're back.
Now I remember this because I believe was it New Year's Eve? I was at a party watching the Sabres, and they're winning, and all of a sudden, like, the entire room is cheering at the screen.
Yeah, they won 4-1.
Yeah, and my thought is like, everybody, wait, this is all coming back.
Yeah.
That was New Year's.
That was
New Year's
the
Eve.
10th game?
Yeah, I think it was. It was deep in the streak by then.
Yeah.
And it was like that was the moment where I was truly like,
Yeah, it was
okay,
10th.
all my friends are now obsessed with them again,
Yep.
and like we've got this back.
Yep.
And
Nice.
they're good.
Yeah, that was the 10th win in a row.
Yeah.
803-0550. Who are we rooting for? We have to root for Colorado? That's pretty much where we are?
You have to root for Colorado. If you're a Sabres fan...
Who are you rooting for? I'll put up a Twitter poll.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Colorado. I bet you 90% are saying Colorado, and like it's going to be less than 10% split between the other three.
Doesn't rooting for Colorado feel a little bit empty? Like, oh, okay, we're just going to root for them because
I see.
like there's no feeling good about Colorado winning. It's about feeling not bad.
You know, I root for them to win because I like watching them play. And I want to see the way they play be rewarded. I don't want to see Carolina dragging games into 2-1, boring hockey get rewarded. It's kind of why this is why I root against the Thunder in the NBA. I don't like how you play. You're boring. You shouldn't get to win that way.
Yeah.
I want to watch this skilled, fun, fast team, and Colorado, like they move at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Like I guess that's why I root for them. They're no underdog by any means.
No.
I mean, they've won a cup. They're coming off the best regular season we've seen like in a while, or one of them. So that's it for me. I don't know if they're likable. Like McKinnon and Makar, they're not villains to me. Like,
No.
why? Because McKinnon was on Team Canada. I'm supposed to not like him. Like, I don't really have a reason to not like anybody on their team.
Can I make the case for one other team here? And you have to shed Eichel for a moment because people will root against Eichel. We know that. He already did win.
Right.
So it's not like you can keep him off the board. He has a Stanley Cup. And if he gets a second one, I don't know that it looks any different. If Vegas wins, the Leafs have their Eichel moment. Marner. If Marner lifts the cup, if you want to, if
All right.
Let's approach this from the hater's guide.
Okay.
The hater's guide to who can suffer the most by another team winning.
Right.
I don't think any of these 4 teams winning leads to us suffering about it. We're too happy. Like, life is good, and what just happened?
Yeah.
All right, let me look at one of my enemies, and how can I make them suffer?
Right.
Marner. Marner lifts the cup. Marner wins Conn
Well, I was just going to
Smythe.
say that because he leads the he leads the playoffs in points.
That's what
right
I'm saying.
now.
Like, you have the chance. The Sabres have this had, and maybe it's still going to be there, but not as loudly. The reputation was, leave Buffalo, win the cup, win the Conn Smythe.
Right.
Everything goes right for you. Now, leave Toronto. Yeah. What happens when Matthews follows him? We have a chance here. The road is laid out in front of us.
It's not bad.
Marner wins the Conn Smythe. Next year, Matthews joins someone, wins the cup, and people forget that everybody left Buffalo to win a cup, and they remember everybody left Toronto to win a cup.
Yeah.
It's right there for us.
Yeah.
If you can just look past Eichel, you can have that.
Is it just like they are?
Vegas is also dirty in a lot of ways.
They're dirty, and they can cheat a little bit-ish at times. Like, they really, push the limits on that, and, like, it's Tortorella.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't
like,
trying.
I'm not really I don't want to root for Tortorella to win guy. I don't know. There are reasons other than Eichel to not want it. That's a good selling point, though. Marner.
Right? It would help.
They won the lottery, though. Is that do they
so
care?
do the Sabres. So do the Sabres. Like, they could be the new Sabres.
Right. Having Dahlin, like, in the picture didn't really make it any easier for people when O'Reilly won. Okay, that's true.
He was great.
All right. If it's Vegas versus, like, Carolina.
You go Vegas?
Then maybe I could go for – I think – here, the better question might be who would be last for you. Who's the team you would least want to see win? Because I think you could answer 3 different – you would have people that, because of Eichel, would say, Vegas. You would have people that I think would say Montreal because then it would feel like, oh, wait, I could have done that.
Right.
And then you could, of course, just get Carolina because of 06.
Well, there's also the case for Carolina to get its first ever Stanley Cup. And we could just say that a lot.
See, I don't want them
winning. We could just
get
to say that.
I don't want – for me, it's Brind'Amour.
Right.
Brind'Amour. And 20-year anniversary. And listen, that champion, that cup will get mentioned so much if they are in the final and it's Brind'Amour behind the bench winning it 20 years later. The clips of 06 are going to get shown so much.
That's right.
If they do this.
He wins as a player and then as a coach.
I don't even want them in the Stanley Cup final because I don't want to see any of it. I'd rather Montreal make the final and just get pummeled by whoever they play.
I cannot decide what to do about Montreal and how I feel about them.
I don't think Montreal is really all that unlikable other than they just beat the Sabres.
I tend to
How many
agree.
guys do you end up hating after the end of that series? Dobish. Is that it?
Xhekaj.
But the guy's hardly a player. And is that it?
Newhook.
Like, I don't hate Suzuki.
Newhook single-handedly destroyed the Sabres.
But he wasn't, like, dirty or...
No, he just scored all their goals.
Yeah, he just scored goals. Like, they're not really unlikable to me other than Dobish and Xhekaj. And I think Slavkovsky a little bit. He's just got one of those faces, Slavkovsky. That was it.
803-0550 is a way to get a hold of us, is the phone number. Give us a ring. How you're feeling, any of it. We'll talk with Sal coming up in a moment on Bills OTAs underway. Voluntary OTAs, not full attendance, but it is voluntary. Notice a rattle in your ducts or a rise in your heating and cooling bills? If you do, give Belknap a ring. With 0% financing, the cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Go green. Save energy and money with Belknap. Schedule a free estimate on your new installation. Give Belknap a ring at 688-1728. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. Thing about, but I like your idea there, like the idea that you get one for the next 2 to 3 years. You can draft one. It's one thing that is different about, we can make comparisons to quarterback and goaltender all you want. You do not have to pick top 5 to pick a goalie. In fact, you would never take a goalie in the top 5.
No.
Vasilevsky was 19th overall.
Yeah, Florida picked. Oh, by the way, Florida's another example of this. Now, they never got Knight going, but they drafted Spencer Knight maybe like 15th and signed Bobrovsky to a $10 million year deal. That was in the same offseason they did that.
So if you want to do the 7-year plan, you very well could get most years, maybe get your hands on the best goalie because it's not that hard to get up to where that might be. Sometimes it's a first-round pick, mid-first. I mean, the days of Carey Price going, who went 5th? I think overall.
You can get the first goalie drafted in the second round.
Absolutely.
There's a guy in the Sabres system, I think, that I don't think is on the radar, that was the first goalie picked in a year, and it was middle of the second round.
Is that the Lupin? Tobias Leinen.
Tobias, I think it's Tobias.
I think he was the first goalie picked of his draft, and he was in the middle of the second round or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and there are guys. I mean, Wallstead was 20th overall, and he's a true stud.
Right.
So that is where you're looking at. There are
Is that Gustafsson hip injury?
Yeah,
really suck for everybody involved? Because I'd want to spend a lot of time on just which one? They've got 2 number 1 goalies. Can I get one of them? But the problem is one of them's got a hip surgery and is going to miss the start of next season.
That is the biggest roadblock with that idea. And if you want to talk about the big moves, I might prefer a Shesterkin move over a Hellebuck one. Little younger, and I might like him 5% more. I think that might make a little more sense. He might be even more available to me because the Rangers are just
30-year-old goalie. What age was Miller when the Sabres dealt him? Was he about 30?
Probably about
in that
30.
neighborhood.
Ooh, how old was Miller?
I don't know.
No, because he was
younger.
He was older when he started.
32 then.
You're right. I think that might be right.
Maybe 32. Yeah, Shesterkin's 30.
Yeah, 30 on the dot.
Miller was 33 when they got traded.
So to me, the Shesterkin thing with 30 flat, that could be your thing for 2 to 3 years, like you're talking about, Joe, and you draft a guy to bring in behind him, and that could, ramp up. And whether that works or not with the guy you draft, you've still got, in 3 years, he's 33. That's still end of prime for goaltenders.
Yeah.
Goalies are later. They can play until they're 36, 37, 38. Bob is old, and he's still been good. This is the first year he's really sort of taken a dip.
Right.
And to me, that is the window. Hellebuck is great. He's at the very end of what I would be willing to do in terms of age. Shesterkin would be, to me, the Goldilocks zone.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Happy Wednesday. Paul coming up next. Sal at 8. I initially had them flipped. I flipped them back, and that's why I didn't know who was coming up. But even though I do know who's coming up, it's in my notes. I need a day of the week clock, and now I need a Paul and Sal clock.
Yeah. Well, the Sabres are talking at 8.
That's why Paul's at 7 and not at 8.
The players are. Tage and Tuck, I'm sure, will be a part of that at some point. And then I think it's after 4 o'clock today, Lindy and Yarmo.
Yep.
But the players are I mean, in an hour and change, I'm sure we'll start finding out injuries and whatnot. There was nothing on that yesterday, right?
Right.
Other than Kulik. Kulik had the blood clot removed.
Good news on Kulik. We'll get Paul Hamilton on Yuri Kulik and what the other players have to say. Beck Mellenstein, Zach Benson, Paul Hamilton coming up here in a moment on WGR. You and I have not had a chance to talk about this because you were away for a couple weeks. Matthew Tkachuk just openly, flirting with Sabres fans?
Yeah.
You've got great players who, for the first time maybe in their lives, are watching the hockey games like they would and saying, maybe that place doesn't stink.
Right.
Right? It's like a step forward.
It's maybe not Siberia in the same way.
Wow. Here's Jack Hughes.
As you might think.
Oh, man, that place was amazing. Huh. Good. Yeah. That's a step. I know it's a baby step, but that for me that's been working.
And not even players that you'd expect to be available
no,
and come
not
to you.
at all.
But if they're thinking it, then why couldn't I expect that the second line guy is thinking the same thing that the top line guys are thinking that just have podcasts because maybe Robert Thomas isn't famous enough to have a podcast.
Maybe not. What would he talk about? Blues hockey?
Probably wouldn't be listened to as much as
maybe he might get more numbers
as much as these guys.
But that's that's fun for me.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you said it, they feel like they're a real NHL team again. And a lot of the player stuff could just be, I guess, the team being back and the fans alone, and that could really just be it. And how many of them would have known that this was there? Sabre players even mentioned Samuelson wrote that letter to fans at the end of the regular season where he even laid out how you'd get told all these years by alumni coming back, Miller, whoever, man, you wait till you see what this is like when it's actually good. And he even said you don't even know if you fully believe it because okay, sure. You hear it enough and you've not seen it that maybe you don't really fully believe it. And now that here it is and now everybody sees it, I think that could do a lot for them around the league for players saying yes. And that was the whole time. That's all it was, wasn't it? They just had to win. Mm-hmm. They just had to win.
They had to prove it.
You're going to get off a bunch of no-trade lists. You're going to get off all no-trade lists? No, but you're going to get off about a bunch of them, a lot of them, and that this inability to really propel the team forward is going to be a lot easier on whoever the GM was. And I would expect that to be the case this offseason. If they want to call about Connor Hellebuck, if they want to call about Robert Thomas, whoever the best player is that's traded this offseason is, then I would expect them to be in that race.
You definitely look back at it and what if that, but at the same time, you learn from it. We know we're going to be back, and it's a good lesson for us, and I think you just see come playoff time, anything can happen. One shot means a lot, so, it obviously stings right now, but we'll be better from it.
Locker cleanout continues today for the Sabres. Their season ended Monday night. We heard from quite a few players already yesterday. In case you missed that, you can find that on demand at WGR550.com. We'll hear from more players throughout the show this morning as well. Paul Hamilton joins the show up next. The Western Conference Final begins tonight. Vegas will take on Colorado at 8 o'clock. The Eastern Conference Final begins tomorrow night. Montreal will take on Carolina, who's had 12 days of rest since sweeping the Flyers. Puck drop set for 8 o'clock as well tomorrow. Bills OTAs are underway. We heard from head coach Joe Brady and a few of the players. If you missed anything, you can find that on our website as well. Looking around the NFL, Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice will serve a 30-day jail sentence after violating probation tied to a 2024 multi-car crash, forcing him to miss OTAs and mandatory minicamp. Also playing into that, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Rice is expected to be sidelined for 2 months due to a cleanup surgery on his right knee. Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix are splitting first-team reps during Falcons OTAs. Devon Achane reported to the Dolphins facility for OTAs, and Cam Skattebo, dealing with the ankle injury, said he'll be ready to play in Week 1. Catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Shope and the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Paul Hamilton.
Guys, how are you?
He keeps the people coming back for more.
My Uber dropped me at the wrong terminal, so I had to wait for a bus.
On WGR.
Paul Hamilton will be headed back to the arena today. Had some players speaking yesterday, some today, and we'll get Paul's thoughts on what is to come today and also recapping yesterday. Paul, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Paul, 24 more hours to sit with it. We've been kind of asking Sabres fans, what your ultimate takeaways are on the season, the feeling, and all that. And, whether it's Game 7 itself, the playoffs in total, today we'll hear how Rasmus Dahlin, right? It's going to be Dahlin and Thompson and talk the leadership group, how they have, I guess, processed it over the last 24 hours.
Yeah, and we'll probably hear from Byram and Tucker, or Zucker rather. We didn't hear from them yesterday, Luukkonen. But, it's, playoffs usually for a team are a process, and I think this is what happened in the playoffs shouldn't dim what they accomplished during the season, the improvements that they made. I mean, the improvement from last year to this year is almost unheard of to see a team do what they did. You actually, from Thanksgiving on, it is almost unheard of to see what they did. And, it's I think they're in a very good place, and I think there were a lot of firsts for them, whether it was being in a race, to get to first place, whether it was the playoffs. Now they've been through it all. They've seen it all. Tage Thompson and Alex Tuck know how guys are going to, not necessarily Alex Tuck, he's been in the playoffs before, but Tage Thompson or Josh Norris or Quinn or Benson, they now know how teams are going to play them in the playoffs and how it's different than the regular season. And maybe that will, as they go into their preparations this summer, change a little bit how they prepare themselves for next season. They've been through it, and I think they'll be better for it. And I think next year, if they make the playoffs and have the same type of a season and build on what they did, they will do even better because they know what to expect. They know what's coming, and they'll be better prepared to handle it.
Yeah. Real quick, Paul. Part of that conversation next year will, I think, inevitably be playing at home, right? Will it not?
Yes.
And that's been the whole conference that's been bad at home outside of Carolina, of course. If you take Carolina's home record out of it,
they're 4-0, and what's everybody else?
8-21,
8-22, I believe.
Okay, 8-22. So it's not just the Sabres here. Montreal and Philly and Pittsburgh,
Boston,
and Tampa, and I don't know almost want the Sabres to not necessarily stay up at night worrying about it, but I'm sure they're going to want to discuss exactly how they can fix it for themselves.
Especially when you play well during the regular season at home,
Right,
and then all
right.
of a sudden this, and it's you guys know I had been saying it probably for a month or so before. It's like, teams like Florida and Tampa figured it out. They don't need to be the President's Trophy winner. They almost treated the 82 games like preseason. And they stocked guys on their injured reserve so they could have them around for the playoffs and did all that. They didn't care where they finished. It could be 8th place. As long as they're there, they knew that. And I said, and usually it's around 50%, 50-50, home and away. It's not this bad. This is a very big surprise to me that, as I said, as you mentioned, you take out Carolina, we're talking 8-22 for the home teams. That's crazy.
It's nuts.
Right.
500 is more of a reasonable thing, but it just once again goes to show you don't have to break your neck to get home ice advantage. The only thing it helps is your owner gets money from Game 7. That's about the only difference it is. And but there's just no – Lindy Ruff is at a loss. He's been asked so many times, and he just got to the point, he goes, I could sit here and say a bunch of fancy things. He goes, but nobody really has an explanation, especially how it's gone this year.
Yeah, I do want to, as much as the home thing, I almost want to, not take too much accounting of it. It's also, I think, a positive to look at what they were able to do on the road. I think being able to win playoff games on the road can show maturity, right? Florida won the Cup last year because they were able to go and win on the road. I don't think they had home ice in any of the series they were in. And the Sabres, Paul, were in Montreal. In terms of atmospheres you might face in the future, there really isn't one that is louder and more intimidating than that one. So, we could talk about, hey, in the future, how would they match up against Florida if they're at full power, or how they would match up against Tampa, different types of teams. But if we're talking, atmosphere and going on the road, they kind of already faced the biggest test, I feel like, in some ways.
Well, Buffalo's 5-1 on the road. Montreal is 6-2. Carolina's 4-0. Colorado's 4-0. I mean, the Flyers, I think, did fairly well on the road. I'm just going by memory. I can't tell you exactly.
But pretty much, you have to be able to do it if you're going to go deep.
Yeah, and so, to turn it around is also that look at what road teams can do, and look at a team now that's 6-2 on the road is now in the Eastern Conference Final.
Paul Hamilton joining us. Paul, Yuri Kulik spoke and kind of told his story about blood clots and his future. So take us through. The good news is he will be playing hockey again, right? There had been, I guess, some debate about that, or he'd wondered about that.
Well, yeah, because you just don't know when, or it has on occasion ruined guys' careers in sports to have this type of a problem. But he in the beginning hoped that it might be a month or two and he could get back, but the clot wasn't dissolving. So he wound up going to the Mayo Clinic 2 months ago and actually had the clot removed. So it's gone. They don't have to worry about it dissolving or anything. He said they was treated very well there. It went well. He's been on the ice shooting and skating and that kind of thing. And now he doesn't have that doubt in his mind if he's ever going to play hockey again. He seemed very positive and confident that he will be playing hockey next season.
Yeah. Paul, where would Kulik have fit in here now?
That's a good question, because very often when we're talking about the young players and everything, and I'm very guilty of this, I kind of forget about them. And it's no, you can't forget about him. I mean, this is a gifted goal scorer throughout his life and his AHL career, and he got the right seasoning in Rochester. He spent over 100 games in the American Hockey League before he got to the NHL. And if you remember last year, he started scoring some goals near the end of the season, and he started looking like it's starting to come for him. So, now I don't think Helenius is going to play in the AHL anymore. I don't think Ostland is going to play in the AHL anymore. And you should have seen the excitement on Kulik's face, because he was drafted with Ostland, so they kind of follow each other. And he goes, I really had fun watching these guys come up and knowing that we have such a young core, and you can include Benson in there. He said it really excites him that, to be looking to be a part of that next season. And, how does that affect, too, Jarmo Kekalainen and what he's doing? It's like he has the young core. He's got so many young players that, now he also has currency. If there's a phenomenal player out there that he wants to bring in, I'm not saying he should be looking to trade Ostlund or Helenius or any of those guys, but if you can get a star type of a player that to bring in that's going to make you better, and you've got a bunch of young players. They still have Zemer at the University of Minnesota who's the captain of Team USA and doing very well. I mean, they've got other guys, too, that are still in the system. They got 3 big right-handed shooting defensemen. All 3 probably aren't going to be on the roster together. So,
yeah,
they've got all this to kind of chew on, and it'll be interesting to see how Kekalainen handles it.
Yeah, the other thing, too, about like the next wave, Paul, of those young forwards especially, like really, the guys that are like 23 and under, if you want to go Doan, Benson, Ostlund, Helenius, and even Kulik. Maybe Kulik a little bit lesser to this, but all those guys, like you're looking at two-way games, right? Like you're looking at guys that can play, I mean, at least Ostlund, Kulik, and Helenius. Like you might have to figure out, like, all right, which one of these guys do we see as a center? Because they all can't play center. We just have too many centers. But I feel like you're not really stuck with these one-dimensional skilled guys. Like they all kind of feel like, you know what I mean, like the all-around players that are developing here.
Of the 3, I think Kulik probably doesn't adapt to wing as well as maybe Ostlund and Helenius do. Ostlund, I don't even care where he plays. I think he can play just as well in the wing as at center. I think he's very good at both. Kulik, I've seen him on the wing. He's okay. But it seems to me that once he moved to center in Rochester, that's when he really blossomed and really played well, and he was playing center here in Buffalo. So just off the top of my head here, of the 3, I would think Kulik probably would be the best center because the other 2 seem to be able to play wing center just as well.
Yeah, Paul, all these pieces, someone wrote an email to me yesterday. It's like, who are you trading? And my answer was, I have no idea. We'll see what Jarmo wants to do. And the reality is that, Kevin Adams, I feel like throughout the course of this season, people gave Kevin Adams credit for a lot of the players that have come in, and this largely being a roster that he's put together. What we're about to see is an offseason that is unlike the last 14 offseasons because it probably gets harder here to make harder decisions. You have a lot of good players. You have a team that needs to get marginally better than it currently is. You want to make sure you can kind of bank on what you already have. Where do you think Jarmo Kekalainen's top priority lies? In getting what?
In getting, like, let's say St. Louis still isn't willing to part with Thomas. You can start with that, and it's somebody we know that Jarmo Kekalainen was interested in. He should be. I mean, that's a player that could really improve the Buffalo Sabres and put them over the top. Well, if you're going to do that, one of your right-handed shooting defensemen's going, probably Murtka. Helenius, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was in on that one. I think there might have been a number 1 pick in on that one. And then when Norris got thrown in, that's when no. I mean, that's just not happening type of a thing. If that all was true, the way it was reported, but if you go back to it, if you can get that type of a player, well, do you want to trade young players? No, you don't want to trade young players, especially the guys I just mentioned. But you've got so many; they're all not going to work. That was the thing with Savoy. I mean, you had 3 number 1 picks. It was Ostlund, Savoy, and Kulik. And they already had loaded up, and it was just like, well, all these guys can't make the NHL. There are not enough roster spots. So you need a two-way speed type of a center who, for one season, worked out very, very well and struggled this season. So we'll see how that goes for him next year.
Well, the Robert Thomas idea, Paul, that would be a number 1 center. Right? Like right now, is that it was Tage in the regular season. Maybe Tage is – we're no longer thinking about him in that role, whether he bumps down or goes to the wing. Would you say, like, as you answer that with Robert Thomas as your primary answer, is the primary role for, or primary goal, I should say, for Kekalainen just get better as opposed to address a spot? The third pair got a lot of attention. Byram, of course, his contract is a conversation. And then in goal, what they want to do, if they want to live the life that they've been living, or if they want to try and attack that in a different way. Would you say that there's a positional spot that stands out, or is it really just like the Bills?
The best player.
Right, the Bills have lived in a spot. It seems like they need a couple more better players. They need to hunt a blue chipper. So what should Jarmo be looking for primarily?
Well, a name we haven't even brought up, and I promise you, Kesselring is a good player. I have seen him play very, very well. He got hit with 3 injuries that really hurt his game, and there's nothing you can do about that. But there's a guy who hasn't even been able to show yet what he can do. And if he does stay, and if he does start playing the way he's supposed to, well, now where does he fit in? Because you've got 4 pretty solid defensemen in your top 4, and when they traded for him, he was going to be one of those guys. And then Samuelson all of a sudden turned into what he turned into. And, Byram, for the most part, had a very good regular season. Power's improvement was phenomenal. And there were your 4 defensemen. So where does a guy like Kesselring, if he's healthy and playing the way that I've seen him play before, where does he fit in now? And so it's really interesting how all the pieces. What does he think about Allison Levi as young goalies? We don't know. He hasn't really said. Where do any of them fit in? And if they do, well, do you got to move Lyon if you want to keep Ellis, or all those little things?
It would be weird to me, Paul, if they didn't think some level. Levi, I'm not sure, because he just kind of was down in Rochester, and there really was never an action with him. With Ellis, they hung on to him the whole season, and that was Adams, but that was also Kekalainen. And it would be strange to me if you were willing to keep him up here the whole year if you didn't think he had a future with you. Like, it would just be strange you keep him up all year, not let him go through waivers to then just put him through waivers before the next season.
And there were things I liked when I saw in his game. There's things I probably didn't like, but
he was a rookie.
It also is difficult to only play a little bit and be in practice all the time. Yes, you're on the NHL for the first time. If he's actually one of the 2 goalies, how much improvement then do we see in him? But certainly there's talent there. I've seen some very good games from him along the way. But again, we don't know exactly what Kekalainen thinks of him.
Right. Of other players that talked yesterday, Paul, there was a lot of them: Hellenius, Lyon, Malenstein. On Benson, quickly, because he spoke yesterday, and not that he gave anything, super newsworthy on his contract because he's an RFA, but how much did that change for you in the playoffs? I know we had talked about, like, maybe you even do a shorter-term deal if you want to pay someone else now, like, we'll take care of you down the road. But I don't know, like, after the playoffs he had, would you have an appetite to just see them give him as many years as they could right now?
I was fine with that before the playoffs. I mean, that didn't really change my mind, other than the fact if they're going to keep Tuck, something's got to give. And and that's when I was saying maybe Kekalainen's got to go to Benson or Malenstein and say, look, we're just hung on the cap for 1 year here. How about a 1-year deal this year, and we will take care. I promise you, we will take care of you next year. And sign the longer term type of a deal. I don't know if Benson would be open to that, but they all can't get contracts. That's as simple as that. They got to move people. If Tuck signs and they sign Benson long term, and Kesselring is up for a contract, I don't know where he's at. I don't know if we'll get an opportunity to talk to him or not. As far as with the organization and everything, of course, he said it. He wasn't happy he wasn't playing, and he disagreed with the decision, but he never stopped working hard in practice. You could see it out there. And where does that stand as far as a contract goes?
It is right. Like, you could maybe make a case for multiple guys. Like, right, you can't pay everybody and you can't keep everybody. They have so many guys. Like, I wonder about Krebs for this. Like, he's also an RFA, and he just had his best year as a Sabre. Like, between playoffs and regular season, he had 45 points. But what does that also mean? Like, his value went up, and he probably deserves a pay bump. And I don't know, do you feel like you have room in your top 6 anymore for Krebs if all of these other young guys are like banging down the door ready to go?
He becomes that guy who's all over the lineup. But you like him because of the effort he gives night in and night out, and you can put him anywhere in your lineup. And they can keep everybody as long as they're not signing them all long-term deals. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you just get them for a year and get through this 1 year, I think you could keep most of them. But you're not going to be able to give them all long-term deals, that's for sure, unless you move somebody.
Paul Hamilton. Paul, quickly back to the goaltending thing. Jeff Merrick yesterday, he said it's his belief that the Devin Levi Buffalo Sabres relationship is over. Do you believe that might be true? Do you think that there's any pathway for Levi here, or do you think he could be getting impatient?
If I were Devin Levi, I would have already told the Sabres we're done. The minute that Ellis got claimed on waivers, who had the same numbers he had in the AHL, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute here. Why am I not the guy who gets called up if you need a goalie? Why are we bringing him in here? For what? So for me personally, that would be the end. It would be like, okay, get me out of here. That you obviously have no plans for me. Get me out of here. I've not talked to Devin Levi. I don't know if he feels the same way. But there certainly does not look like there's a path for him once Ellis showed up here.
Yeah. The other thing that goalie will come up, Paul, and Jarmo will maybe speak to this today, later, and Lindy, is will they want to go 3 goalies again? Because unless they move somebody out, like if they just run it back with Luukkonen, Lyon, and Ellis, I don't really know that you would trade one of them. Like, would you just... I wonder if they grew to like it. I feel like Lindy didn't he, Paul? Like over the course of the year, like beginning of the year, it sounded like maybe it wasn't his favorite thing, and by the end of the year, that he was kind of into it.
Well, the reason being, and Lyon talked about this yesterday. He goes, it was funny actually. He goes, one goalie would get hurt, and then he would get back, and he'd just be back either that day or for about a week, and then the next goalie would get hurt. And he goes, then he goes, it was just strange how it kept working out where we needed a lot of the time we needed that third goalie, to get through. And it was also weird, like you never had 2 goalies get injured, where Levi would have been up here, with all the injuries that they had in goal. It never got down to 2 of them, where they always had that other guy. So that's why Lindy liked it. He kept saying, well, it's a good thing we have these 3 goalies now, isn't it? And I think he wanted to take a couple of shots at us because, of course, he does. He likes busting chops. And, I think that's why he learned to like it, because he was always covered, when something happened. Or if a goaltender was struggling, he had another one that, all right, we can use him for a bit and see how that goes.
Paul Hamilton. Paul, what's the schedule for today?
Rasmus Dahlin leads us off at 8:15, and I don't know what order, but Tuck will talk, and then Thompson will talk, and Samuelson. We haven't heard from Luukkonen, Byram, Zucker. I'm just going with Norris. So those guys are the guys we have not heard from. So I imagine we will hear from maybe all of them or most of them today.
By the way, quickly, there was no other injury stuff from yesterday other than Kulik, right?
Well, yeah, not from the players at least.
Not from the players that talked, I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously we haven't talked to the GM yet, but right. No, everybody seemed to be fine, and we haven't talked to Owen Power yet, and he's still limping around a little bit, so I'm sure we'll probably get to him today too.
It's gonna be funny when Jarmo says, "I've been GMing with an MCL sprain. I'm hurt too. I'm going through an injury here." Yeah. All right, Paul, we'll be listening. Thanks.
Take care.
Paul Hamilton. He's got things today from KeyBank Center. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
I know there were no other injuries from yesterday, but I watched Doan's press conference, and he's standing up there, and he's got like marks all over his face. I'm like, this dude just came back. Like he fought a grizzly bear in the woods, and he just showed up at the podium like, oh, I made it out.
Yeah.
He was wearing a camo hat too, so it's like this guy just fought an animal out in the wilderness.
Sal coming up at 8 on Bill's OTAs. We'll get you a couple headlines from OTAs. And also, there's a sneaky little thing the NFL did about international games and I want to tell you how it's going to affect the Bills next year. It's coming up. You and I have not had a chance to talk about this because you were away for a couple weeks. Matthew Tkachuk just openly, flirting with Sabres fans?
Yeah.
You've got great players who, for the first time maybe in their lives, are watching the hockey games like they would and saying, maybe that place doesn't stink.
Right.
Right? It's like a step forward.
It's maybe not Siberia in the same way.
Wow. Here's Jack Hughes.
You might think.
Oh, man, that place was amazing. Huh. Good. Yeah. That's a step. I know it's a baby step, but that for me that's been working.
And not even players that you'd expect to be available.
No,
come
not
to you.
at all.
But if they're thinking it, then why couldn't I expect that the second line guy is thinking the same thing that the top line guys are thinking that just have podcasts because maybe Robert Thomas isn't famous enough to have a podcast.
Maybe not. What would he talk about? Blues hockey?
Probably wouldn't be listened to as much as
maybe he might get more numbers
as much as these guys.
But that's fun for me.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you said it, they feel like they're a real NHL team again. And a lot of the player stuff could just be, I guess, the team being back and the fans alone, and that could really just be it. And how many of them would have known that this was there? Sabre players even mentioned Samuelson wrote that letter to fans at the end of the regular season where he even laid out how you'd get told all these years by alumni coming back, Miller, whoever, man, you wait till you see what this is like when it's actually good. And he even said you don't even know if you fully believe it because okay, sure. You hear it enough and you've not seen it that maybe you don't really fully believe it. And now that here it is, and now everybody sees it, I think that could do a lot for them around the league for players saying yes. And that was the whole time. That's all it was, wasn't it? They just had to win. Mm-hmm. They just had to win.
Had to prove it.
You're going to get off a bunch of no-trade lists. You're going to get off all no-trade lists? No, but you're going to get off about a bunch of them, a lot of them, and that this inability to really propel the team forward is going to be a lot easier on whoever the GM was. And I would expect that to be the case this offseason. If they want to call about Connor Hellebuck, if they want to call about Robert Thomas, whoever the best player is that's traded this offseason is, then I would expect them to be in that race.
Locker cleanout continues today for the Sabres as their season ended Monday night. We heard from quite a few players already yesterday. In case you missed anything, you can find that on demand at WGR550.com. We'll hear from more players throughout the show this morning, starting at 8. The Western Conference Final begins tonight. Vegas will take on Colorado at 8 o'clock. The Eastern Conference Final begins tomorrow night. Montreal will take on Carolina, who has had 12 days of rest since sweeping the Flyers. Puck drop is set for 8 o'clock tomorrow as well. The Bills' OTAs are underway. We heard from head coach Joe Brady and a few other players. If you missed anything, you can find that on our website as well. Around the NFL, Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice will serve a 30-day jail sentence after violating a probation tied to a 2024 multi-car crash, forcing him to miss OTAs and mandatory minicamp. Also playing into that, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Rice is expected to be sidelined due to a cleanup surgery on his right knee. Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix Jr. are splitting first-team reps during Falcons OTAs. Devon Achane reported to the Dolphins facility, and Cam Scatterbo, dealing with the ankle injury, said he'll be ready to go in Week 1. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Let's look at this picture. Does Dalton Kincaid look stronger?
When you look at Dalton, you can tell that, look, Dalton did everything he needed to do last offseason, right? I mean, part of it was just trying to get a feel of how he was going to be able to play with some of the injuries and kind of going through it, right? And this offseason, man, it was cool to see him come back and, like, he looks bigger.
Happy Dalton Kincaid looks bigger season to all who celebrate. We just kind of joking yesterday, like, what are we going to talk about now the Sabres are in the playoffs? Is it how Kincaid looks better? Yes. It took 3 hours to get there. But he looks bigger. A lot of Bills players look bigger, by the way.
Is he bigger?
I don't know. I know that
That's not a hard thing to measure, like to figure out.
We don't get to measure it. It's not like there's a combine.
They could tell us, though.
They could.
They did they?
Some of the players.
Hey, he looks bigger. How about just tell us he's 15 pounds bigger?
That's the case with
he added 15 pounds of muscle.
Landon Jackson added 25.
There you go.
And
because honestly,
Dwayne Carter added 25.
I saw the pictures of Kincaid, and he didn't really look that much bigger than last season to me. He looked a lot bigger than like when he was a rookie. Yeah. But I don't know. Just looking bigger in shorts, in T-shirt. Hopefully.
Well, as long as we get to the next week in OTAs and there's not an added knee brace, I think everyone's going to be, feeling a little better.
Now, like Landon Jackson, it was like, what? Clearly, remember the year Bryson DeChambeau showed up, like 50 pounds bigger than he was before, and he was like, "Whoa, look at this guy! He's a linebacker all of a sudden." Like Landon Jackson, like you spot it the second you saw any picture of him.
Yeah,
like that dude is way bigger than he was, and again, they're giving you like exact amount that he's bigger, so that is obviously very believable.
Quick note from the NFL international schedule, because there are 9 international games this year in 7 countries, the most in league history. Next year, that number can go up to 10.
Mm-hmm.
So, that does not include the Jags game at Wembley. So there could be 11 international games next year. But there's something else.
Why doesn't it include the Jags game at Wembley?
I don't know.
Because is that the Jags like a volunteer to do that?
I guess that's their singular home game, even though they play 2 games over there. Whatever.
I don't know.
We could have 11 international games next year, and this year it's the NFC hosting, right? So the AFC next year when there are 9 home games.
Right.
Could the Bills go overseas next year? I think it's likely. And there's another very key thing the NFL has done. This is from awfulannouncing.com. The NFL's been trying to eliminate the number of games teams can protect. It used to be when you were going to go overseas, you could protect up to 5 or 6 games. That's how you always got these bad games. And how overseas for a while it was, 2 teams with a winning record have never met overseas until finally that happened. Now the number is 0. You cannot protect any games. So if the NFL wants to send Bills Chiefs to London, to Madrid,
they can do it.
Yeah, any game they want. You can no longer protect any home game. Of course, like divisional games, Bills Patriots. Could you lose Bills Patriots to an overseas game if you're Buffalo or New England? Yes. No more protections in place to protect your home games. So I think they'll be overseas next year, or I don't know if they'll go to Brazil, but I bet the Bills are going somewhere next season. This is the year they're on Thanksgiving and Christmas, and next year I would totally bet overseas again or international again.
How many countries are they playing in at this point?
7.
It's 7 countries?
Yeah, 7. Can you get them all? Australia, Mexico, Brazil,
Germany,
England, Ireland, Spain, England. Is that France this year? France. So one of those, maybe Ireland not this year, but France this year?
Okay. Right. There's not many other places that come top of mind that they would be like absolutely looking to go.
I mean,
in Tokyo, maybe at some point.
Possible. The Champions League finals in Budapest. Does the NFL want to go to Budapest? I have no idea. I wouldn't rule anything out here.
I could go for a Bills Tokyo game next year. The opener next season.
It's a long trip.
So is Australia.
True.
And they're doing that this year.
803-0550 is our phone number on the Bills and the start of OTAs. You know, they're changing their defensive linemen into different people, right? Part of what
they
they're
kind of
doing.
have to because they are going to have different roles on the defensive line, and they did not really add any defensive linemen.
Right.
So the only way to then fill those holes is Dwayne Carter and Landon Jackson. You guys need to get way bigger because we don't have these people on our roster at the moment.
Yeah, the interior.
Unless that was, I'm sure that was the plan all along. Like they were going to morph into that type of position. Carter, that was always obvious. Jackson, I guess I didn't know, like, because he was a defensive end edge guy. Like he's gonna play inside more, which seems very different than what he did at Arkansas. But also, he just did nothing in his rookie year. So I'm kind of just at a like, whatever. You want to try him at punter? Go ahead. I'm fine. Like just figure out something that he can do that is valuable, and I'm fine with it. And Carter's coming off a torn Achilles, so like he might not make the team anyway. You have no idea what he's going to look like.
No.
So
803-0550. Talking about the Sabres, their next moves. We'll hear from the coach and the GM today. We'll hear from the leadership players.
Do we think Lindy gets an extension today? Does it matter like whether or not he has one before his press conference? Probably not.
I wonder if he already has one.
Yeah.
He'll be asked, are you going to be back? Do you want to come back?
Right, exactly.
And will he just say, I'll be back? Right, is it as simple as that?
Yeah.
Because NHL coach contracts are not really reported in the same way that other sports leagues do, right?
No, like you can't look up on a spreadsheet like what each coach makes and what the term is.
Yeah.
Like if it's reported, then you'll find out. Like we've known over time Lindy was in the final year of his deal just because it was reported.
Right. And if you think back to other years, it's believed that Don Granato has another year of his contract. You don't really have set terms the way you do with players. So we could find out today. I mean, he's a finalist for the Coach of the Year, likely to win Coach of the Year.
Right.
If he's got the energy for it, which I think he probably does.
Yeah. Isn't the bigger question whether or not the same coaching staff is coming back again, more than whether is Lindy coming back again? Or is that tied?
Well,
is that tied to him? Like, if Lindy's back, it's going to be the same coaching staff.
Yeah. Without saying, like, I know if their assistants could be better or worse, or if he wants somebody else on staff.
Or if Yarmo would like somebody
right,
on
like
staff
to add somebody,
that
whatever. He says, and I tend to kind of believe this, the Coach of the Year, it's a staff honor, is it not? The whole team got more out of what you're supposed to than you did. Get more out of your team than you're supposed to. That's what Coach of the Year is supposed to be. I know the power play was frustrating and maddening.
Yeah.
But their penalty kill, their goaltender coach, their strength and conditioning, like a lot of this all is in the mix. And for Lindy to get that, I don't know, is he really thinking I've got to replace Seth Appert? Maybe if contracts expire and they want to add somebody in, they could. But
well, I mean, maybe if you are thinking I want to get somebody on my staff that is going to come in and really fix the power play.
I think the number one fix for the power play is a player.
I agree with that, but you could do both. Like you could just, instead of one guy we're going to add to the power play, we're going to add a power play specialist at forward, and at the same time, we are going to bring in, I don't know who this would be. Who ran their power play in 2007? Was it Arneal?
Scott Arniel.
Scott Arniel. Like, we're going to bring Scott Arniel in, or the equivalent of him. Like, a guy I know in the league that knows what he's doing on the man advantage. That dude's going to come in here, and we're going to address it player-wise. Like, that would be the one path to me seeing, like, there is a change. But other than that, I feel like it's more likely they would keep the same coaching staff. I just don't know that it has to be that way. And I don't know what Jarmo thinks of it. Like, Jarmo is going to evaluate everything since he was here. He didn't really have an opportunity, like in a good way, to make a change. Like if he thought when he took over that, you know, there might be some things I want to do, and then they just won 1 million games, what are you gonna do? You're not gonna fire an assistant coach in the middle of the season,
right?
But I wonder what he thinks of the power play. Same thing. Like what's the fix there? Does he know of a coach in the league that he thinks like I really like this guy on my staff because I think he could help us in that department?
Yeah, like what's he think of Yuri Kulik, who he saw play for how much, right?
He could have been a help on the power play.
Maybe.
Could have. I mean, he scored 18 goals in the NHL.
Yeah,
I don't want to assume he would have.
I didn't mean that for the power play so much as I meant it for Kulik.
Oh,
like,
okay.
You know, he's a senior advisor, and Kulik's on the team, then he goes away, and the team, you know, goes bonkers. I don't know what you'd think of Yuri Kulik. So anyway, the most interesting thing to come out of today, maybe it's Lindy, maybe it's Alex Tuck when he's asked, do you anticipate you'll be back? Are you going to go to the open market? Like there's some questions for today, no doubt.
He is going to have – it would be tough because of the Sabre connection, like with him being young and being a leader on this team, I guess he could just sign. It would be a real opportunity for him to pass on. He is by far the number one free agent.
Talk.
Yeah. Like, if he wanted to have a bidding war, he could absolutely do it. I wonder if they are still apart on a number, if they'll say to him, "We go see what you can get, and come back to us. Like, we're not going to meet the same price that Seattle or whoever might give you, but we're offering 9, and you think you can get 11.5. Mm-hmm. We don't think you can get an 11.5. But if you can go out there and get an offer of 11.5, then we'll give you 10. You know what I mean? Like we're still hoping you're going to do a hometown discount here. Just maybe that hometown discount won't be as large as we're currently asking you to take. Because right now it would be an unknown. Like, what is he going to get? Is that series going to harm his value at all that he just had? Like, I don't think that's the case.
And perhaps the thing that they all want to find out, the Tuck might need to find out, and the Sabres would find out, is term more than money. Like, okay, right. we'll give you $10 million a year for 4.
Right.
Calgary will give us like Camp talking. Calgary will give us 9 for 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's $23 more million
right.
over the lifetime of a deal. So AAV might be something that these teams are not far off on, but the age that Tuck is, term is what the market is going to decide.
Sure.
That's where it gets crazy, because the only way to get him might be the team that adds another year to the contract, right? He wants the longest term deal possible, and there are probably 32 teams that would pay him $8 million next year.
Yep.
How many would pay him $8 million for 5 years? Well, now I'm at 17 teams. How many would pay for 8 years? 4?
Sure, right.
And what 4 are they? So it's probably a complicated contract to work through, and it'll be interesting to hear what he has to say. The latest on that, I think it was Darren Dreger said that teams out there on the market are expecting him to re-sign.
Mm-hmm.
That is the belief, is he will re-sign. They could announce that today, right?
That could also go very late. Remember Stamkos? Did he even take meetings before he hit the open market? Because you're allowed to do that, aren't you? You're allowed to talk to other teams.
Legal tampering.
Stamkos, the year he was going to be a free agent, he never actually became a free agent. But didn't he signed with Tampa, like, was it like 12 hours before he was about to be a free agent?
He never hit the market.
But it was like right up to it. So that could also be the case. Like maybe Tuck never does become a free agent, but we go up to like June 30th because he wants to get a lay of the land by that point. So yeah, I wonder. It could be this week. I feel like, though, I would expect, like my guess would be the way these things usually go and the position he's in as the number one free agent. Like it would be surprising to me if he signed any time before like the last week of June. Like that this will go a ways.
803-0550 is our phone number. Sal at 8, the latest on Bill's OTAs. And, of course, throughout the morning, starting about 8:15, Sabres players will begin speaking. We'll bring you some of that. We'll get you the news you need to know, so keep it locked here on WGR. How about best moment? Your best moment of the season? We get a lot to talk about because you were gone.
Maybe moment, I would go into game 1, and I would say Samuelson scoring against Boston.
My moment, and again, like there's probably 100 through the regular season, but my favorite moment of the year was the Benson goal in Game 6 that deserves a statue to Ryan McLeod.
Yeah, that's good too.
To Josh Stone. Yeah, a statue to Josh Stone. Like we talked about that with Lindy after that. He mentioned it, how incredible it was, and that comes at a moment where, you know, you're the Sabres who are up in the series on the road looking to close it out. It's a close game. Boston has started to carry play in the third period, and Josh Stone splits McAvoy and Pasternak.
Right, their best two players.
And takes a smash into the wall and sends it to Benson, who roofs it, and the series ends.
Right.
Like, right there, that moment, that play, that goal for me, like, statue.
Yeah.
And there's a still picture of Doan kind of swimming through the two players. It's just, to me, that encapsulates a lot about what this team really was. It was those two guys. It was winning aggressively by chasing pucks, you know, dogs being dogs. We got a million different things along the way, right? Think of all the things we got. River hockey.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just there've been a ton of
everybody ropes, everybody rides.
Yeah,
you had a lot of sayings.
A lot of sayings, a lot of sayings, a lot of vibes.
Yeah.
That Doan moment will forever be etched in my mind.
You were there, right?
It was coming straight at me.
Game 6, like
incredible.
And then handshakes afterwards,
Right.
like, holy cow, our team is shaking hands with the other team again.
The Lindy fist pump after, like, as he's leaving the ice, like, that will forever be.
Yep.
Yeah.
To me, that's the moment of the season. Against Montreal, there's so many great moments. Like,
is there one anywhere in the 10-game win streak? Or not really, because it's so...
I kind of can't remember the 10-game win streak.
I know, there's so many things have happened since
the
then.
Dallas game, to me, was a moment. The New Year's Eve game.
Dallas game. Yeah.
Because they went in and just destroyed Dallas, and Dallas was red hot.
Yeah.
And that was New Year's Eve, and I was out, and everybody I was out with.
Yeah.
It was the first time I felt like the community, like, oh, they're back.
Now I remember this because I believe was it New Year's Eve? I was at a party watching the Sabres, and they're winning, and all of a sudden, like, the entire room is cheering at the screen.
Yeah, they won 4-1.
Yeah, and my thought is, like, everybody, wait, this is all coming back.
Yeah.
That was New Year's.
That was the 10th game?
Yeah, I think it was. It was deep in the streak by then.
Yeah.
And it was like that was the moment where I was truly like,
it was
okay,
10th.
all my friends are now obsessed with them again, and like, we've got this back.
Yep.
And they're good.
Yeah, that was the 10th win in a row.
Yeah.
It was nice to obviously make the playoffs and see the city build around hockey again. It's one of those things where we're in a spot now to where there isn't the doubt of, are these guys legit? And I think that's obviously comes with the past. But it was cool to see the city grow around the idea that as heartbroken as the city's been over hockey, it's nice to kind of see it start to heal in a way of we got playoff hockey. And now we're heading into the offseason and people are excited about what we do and where we're at, rather than the talk of who's going to be here next year, who's not. It's who's going to come in and help us win.
Josh Doan.
That's a good point, because I have no idea how close they really ever came, but if this season had been terrible again, what would everything have been about? Dahlin and Tage.
Yeah.
Like, how close are they?
Yep.
Or would they even hit the ejector seat? Like, no idea how close they would have been. Like, that is dead. And it would have been so real sometime soon, I think, if they had been terrible again and continued the way they were going.
803-0550 is the phone number if you want to join us. 1-888-550-2550. Little thing happened yesterday. I was related.
If you're watching the YouTube stream, you probably know where he's
Arsenal won the Premier League. But I want to relate
congratulations, because that's the first time in 22 years.
22 years. But I want to relate it to the Bills. Every time somebody wins something now after a long wait, I think about the Bills. Rory at the Masters, it's the Bills for me.
Mm-hmm.
Arsenal. I mean, I've been telling people that'll listen, Arsenal is the Bills of the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
They've been the second best team every year.
Well, to be fair, the Bills have not done that since 1993. So.
Yeah, well, that's only if the team that makes the Super Bowl is the second best team. Like, were the Patriots the second best team? Were the Bengals the second best team?
That's right.
So, like, and, you know, all those stats about how the Bills have won more games than any team to not make the Super Bowl. Every time you get to this team's never going to actually break through. And they do, I think about the Bills. And, I mean, I've been making that Bills-Arsenal comparison for about 2 to 3 years, and Arsenal did it. And they did it when everyone thought they were going to choke again.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, like, this is another part of it. Narratives and who chokes and who doesn't. Who blew it? The team that wins all the time.
Manchester City.
They blew it.
They blew it.
They really blew it. They had the lead. It's, you know, there's no playoffs. It's just win your games and you're going to win the title. And they didn't. With a game to go. Right. Arsenal doesn't even have to really sweat, because the team that never falters, the team that never fails, failed.
Right.
And
they drew Everton.
Yeah. And then they drew Bournemouth yesterday. I mean, these are whatever. Like, the point is, you live long enough. It's like that line from The Dark Knight, right? Live long enough to be the villain. You live long enough, and the teams you think will never falter will. That's the Chiefs, 6-11.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, everything fell apart for them. And, you know, if you think it's a point about why you always come back, and it's a point about a little bit about, like, hey, Buffalo's cursed. How could you watch these teams if you're never going to win? Like, because they will someday. They will. Maybe this year. That's what's fun about it. Mm-hmm. You don't know. If you knew, that's dumb. You know?
Should we want Carolina to win the Cup then, because they would be another example of this?
They can never win? There's a case to be made.
Since Brindamore showed up, their season results are swept in the conference finals, first round, second round, second round, second round, swept in the conference finals, losing 5 in the conference finals.
And if they just went and won the Cup, it'd be like, oh, yeah. Turns out a team that's been great for a while will eventually crack through.
All right.
That's Rory at the Masters. That's Arsenal finally winning the Premier League. That's the Bills. I think about every team that wins like that, like I think about, and I immediately make them the Bills. Anyway, 803-0550, our number. Jeremy and Joe.
Well, good for Arsenal.
Yes, good for Arsenal.
Now let's go relegate Tottenham.
We'll discuss that a little later. Champions League final still coming up. All right, Sal on the other side. We're going to get to Bills OTAs. We'll continue to take your calls on the Sabres if you want, with potentially big news coming today, because a lot of these players are going to be asked some pretty pointed questions about their futures. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Yeah, Paul, all these pieces, someone wrote an email to me yesterday. It's like, who are you trading? And my answer was, I have no idea. We'll see what Yarmo wants to do. And the reality is that, Kevin Adams, I feel like throughout the course of this season, people gave Kevin Adams credit for a lot of the players that have come in, and this largely being a roster that he's put together. What we're about to see is an offseason that is unlike the last 14 off seasons because it probably gets harder here to make harder decisions. You have a lot of good players. You have a team that needs to get marginally better than it currently is. You want to make sure you can kind of bank on what you already have. Where do you think Jarmo Kekalainen's top priority lies in getting what?
In getting, like, let's say St. Louis still isn't willing to part with Thomas. You know, you can start with that, and it's somebody we know that Jarmo Kekalainen was interested in, which, well, he should be. I mean, that's a player that could really improve the Buffalo Sabres and put them over the top. Well, if you're going to do that, one of your right-handed shooting defensemen's going, probably Murtka. Helenus, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was in on that one. I think there might have been a number 1 pick in on that one. And then when Norris got thrown in, that's when no. I mean, you know, that's just not happening type of a thing. If that all was true, you know, the way it was reported. But if you go back to it, you know, if you can get that type of a player, well, do you want to trade young players? No, you don't want to trade young players, especially the guys I just mentioned. But you've got so many; they're all not going to work. That was the thing with Savoy. I mean, you had 3 number 1 picks. It was Ostlund, Savoy, and Kulik. And they already had loaded up, and it was just like, well, all these guys can't make the NHL. There are not enough roster spots. You know, so you need a two-way speed type of a center who, for one season, worked out very, very well and struggled this season. So we'll see how that goes for him next year.
You definitely look back at it and what if that, but at the same time, you learn from it. We know we're going to be back, and it's a good lesson for us, and I think you just see come playoff time, anything can happen. You know, one shot means a lot, so, you know, it obviously stings right now, but we'll be better from it.
Locker cleanout continues today for the Sabres. Their season ended Monday night. We heard from quite a few players already yesterday. In case you missed anything, you can find that on demand at WGR550.com. We'll hear from more players throughout the show this morning, starting right about now. The Western Conference Final begins tonight. Vegas will take on Colorado at 8 o'clock. The Eastern Conference Final begins tomorrow night. Montreal will take on Carolina, who has 12 total days of rest since sweeping the Flyers. Puck drop is set for 8 o'clock tomorrow night as well. Bills OTA is underway. We heard from the head coach, Joe Brady, and a few of the players. If you missed anything, you can find that at our website as well. Sal Capaccio joins Jeremy and Joe up next as well to recap. Looking around the NFL, Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice will serve a 30-day jail sentence after violating probation tied to a 2024 multi-car crash, forcing him to miss OTAs and mandatory minicamp. Adding to that, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Rice is also expected to be sidelined at least 2 months due to a cleanup surgery on his right knee. Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix Jr., they're splitting the first-team reps at Falcons OTAs. Devon Achane reported to Dolphins OTAs, and Cam Scadaboo, dealing with the ankle injury, says he'll be ready to play in Week 1. You can catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Shope and the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Sal Capaccio.
Sal's everywhere.
Well,
Sal's at minicamp. Sal's at your golf. I saw Sal. I saw him at T-ball.
Wait a minute. The thing you were at for why you couldn't golf,
Yep.
Sal was at, but he also golfed?
Apparently. No one's able to do more things at one time than Sal. He's the man of all trades.
He might just own a helicopter and we don't know it.
Get to the chopper! On WGR.
I feel like Sal would be a jetpack guy more than a helicopter. He would have his own jetpack.
Oh, here's a
Just
fun
fly
one.
around.
Sal, have you ever done the Iron Man water jet thing that people can ride on? It feels like, you know what I'm talking about?
What?
Like
What?
There's these things. My brother-in-law did this once. You strap into this board, and it will shoot you around, shoot water jets out of your feet, and you can kind of fly and dive underwater. What's that thing called?
They call it water jets or something like that. I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about.
I'm looking it up.
It feels like I just feel like,
Hydroflight?
yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like a jetpack suit and it's shooting water out. Almost looks like a pressure.
Oh,
Yeah, your Iron Man
I've
shooting
seen
water out
that.
of your feet. Yeah.
I have not. No, I've not done that. No,
right.
I have not done that. Yesterday would have been a great day for the. It's a great example for the helicopter or a jetpack. I mean, yesterday was Bills OTAs, and as soon as that ended, I came back here, went to modified baseball practice. I coached my son's modified team. As soon as that ended, I had to go to a house baseball game to coach at Shoshone, Jeremy.
Yep.
And as soon as that ended, Max had a hockey game in West Seneca last night.
Busy.
So that was the that I could have used one of those water jetpack thingies, whatever heck you're talking about there.
Well, you're back on the show for the first time in a while. You're gone on the Buffalo, the Legends cruise, right?
Yeah.
Watching hockey games on a cruise ship with everybody, all the legends, which had to be a ton of fun.
It was great. It was a great time. Really, we had a really awesome group. Great time. Thanks to Sojourn Travel Advisors. Thanks to WGR. Thurman Thomas, Steve Tasker, Fred Jackson, Doug Flutie, who Doug was just he was involved in everything. Like, not that the other guys weren't, but he's just so energetic. He was on Dancing with the Stars a few years ago. I don't know if you remember that. We were having a good conversation about that, what it was like practicing. Everybody was great. Thurman's whole family was there. We celebrated Thurman's 60th birthday together. So super cool, great time. We did an excursion where I like to do excursions where it's more little unique things I wouldn't normally be able to do. Went snorkeling, and that was cool. The fish were incredible, but we actually we went horseback riding up a canyon and down, like as they walk the horses. We went about a mile and then into the water, which was super cool, riding horses into a water about waist deep.
Cool.
Had you ever done horseback riding before?
I mean, years ago, yeah. I can't remember the last time I did, but yes, I mean, something like that when I was probably Max's age, maybe.
That's always appealed to me. Not always. That's appealed to me lately because I've been watching the show Yellowstone. Like, it feels that's something I'd like to try at least once.
Yeah.
Yellowstone's a great show. Makes you want to
I don't think we've...
And visit Montana.
I don't think we talked since the schedule came out either. So, if you guys want to anything on that, I'm trying to remember last time we talked. It's been a while.
It's been a while, yeah. Schedule comes out. The Bills are on Thanksgiving and Christmas, which is probably not that big a surprise. I was surprised they had ducked that the last couple of years, and here they are in the big holidays. And the home opener's a Thursday against the Lions. They open on the road against Houston.
How big a surprise is the Detroit opener to you, Sal? Like they're not a team that's just like out of the blue. Like they are good, but they're not necessarily a team. If you were going to look at like the history and like who matters to Buffalo fans, like Detroit wasn't going to be top of the list for that.
There's the tie-in with Ralph Wilson. We know that, but I don't think this had anything to do with that necessarily. It's just a nice storyline. And to answer your question, Joe, I didn't think it'd be Detroit, but certainly if you put the opponents like in order of maybe worthy opponents who, oh wow, that'd be really sexy, they're going to be near the top of the list of all the Bills home games because they're definitely a team that you only see once every 8 years here. They've been very good. They're Super Bowl contender last year. They didn't have as good of a season, but I actually thought it would be a division game. I thought it would be maybe New England. Obviously, they're opening the season now in Seattle. I thought it would be either Miami or the Jets. Was my actual prediction was the Jets to do that again. But from that standpoint, I was surprised. A couple of surprising things for me. Number one, have you guys noticed the really interesting quirk of the Bills schedule where they play every NFC North team in prime time? Every one of them. 0 AFC East teams in prime time. They have no division primetime games, but every single game against their non-conference teams are in prime time, including the Rams. Every NFC team they play is in prime time. And then I was surprised there was no New England primetime game at all, considering they had 6 of them overall. I think Mike said yesterday, I didn't go back and look, the Bills only play 6 Sundays this year, which is incredible.
Yeah. Right. Part of that, too, is that the Jets and the Dolphins don't have any primetime games. So...
They don't? The Jets don't have any?
No, I don't think the Jets or the Dolphins. At least I had seen that. I haven't looked at their schedule. I'm looking at it now. Yeah, they have a couple of 4 o'clock games. They have nothing at night.
I didn't even realize that. That is insane for the Jets in the New York market. For Miami,
same thing with the Jets.
I get it a little bit, but for the Jets, incredible.
Yeah, both teams have like a couple of 4 o'clock games. Neither of them play at night. So I guess you're right though about New England. Like AFC East battle, like I would have definitely thought that one of the New England games would have been that.
Sal covering OTAs. Sal, you're there yesterday, and the Bills are able to get started early because they, of course, had a coaching change, right? So you kind of get back to work earlier. It's a little bit of a quirk that the Bills get. They get a lot of familiar faces. Of course, Joe Brady returns, but it's a new coach. So I wonder how much you are looking for things that are different slightly, scheduling stuff, when they practice, how they practice, right? Because now that there's a new man at the top of the organization in terms of, how they're going to run these things, I would imagine there will be some changes along the way.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, real quick, 11 Sundays the Bills have this year, Mike Shope said. 11, not 6, so thank you. 11. I think 6 non-Sundays is what it is.
Gotcha.
Which is kind of crazy. So yesterday on OTAs, I am looking for some of those things, Jeremy, and I don't know if I'll be able to see them right away as the OTAs go on into training camp. That's probably the first time we're going to really notice it. One of the things that Brad and I were talking when I was on with him yesterday during practice, Brad asked a good question about Joe Brady himself and what he's doing as far as how he's interacting. And Sean, as the years went on especially, but he was always like this, where you might see him with the offensive line, you might see him with the running backs, or just standing near the offense. And I think it's too early for me to say, oh, Joe Brady's standing with the defense, but I think Joe will be still in his comfort zone, more on the offense during practice, focusing in and kind of letting Jim Leonard run the defense, if that makes sense, right? And not that he's not going to go over there and talk to him and do that, but I think we'll see less of that than we saw with Sean.
I think, Sal, as a first-time head coach who is going to plan to call plays, he's got a lot on his plate. I think the right thing to do would be to kind of just trust that side of the ball. You're going to meet during the week, but he can't do everything. I wonder how much he feels like he wants to, but he can't necessarily do everything.
I agree, and I think that he is very self-aware when it comes to that. We've heard him talk about him. The biggest thing he thinks he has to guard against is going too quick and getting too excited to try and put the cart before the horse, to try and get too far down the road and saying, listen, it's got to be a process. It's got to be a day at a time. When you're a head coach, you want to do this, you want to do that, but you got to let it every day. Take these steps. Other than that, I think he's very aware of, hey, I don't need to be the guy that's in charge of this. I don't need to be the guy that's in charge of that. And he understands his comfort zone. I think this goes into the organization too, guys, where, we know that Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane both reported to Terry Pegula. They were on a level playing field. The Bills have a different structure this time. The Bills now are, Brandon Beane is the president of football operations. He is basically ahead of, or I should say the head coach reports to him. And I think Joe Brady's fine with that. I don't think McDermott's never come out and said I have to have this sort of say with personnel, but we know he had say in personnel. And I'm not saying Joe Brady doesn't have conversations with Brandon Beane. I'm sure he does. But I feel like Joe Brady has made it known that, look, I'm going to coach this team and I'm going to talk with Brandon Beane, but he's going to pick the players.
Yeah. So the players, as they come back, like we're there is no offseason is something we say quite a bit. But with some of these players, we are seeing that they don't have an offseason because whether it's Landon Jackson or Dwayne Carter or when Deion Dawkins comes back, like he's been posting on social media, he's changing his weight and dropping weight. You've got Bills defenders that have added a lot of mass, and that's clearly a window into how the jobs for a lot of these players will change in this new defense.
No doubt. So one of the first things I noticed, and yesterday what I really wanted to do, it's our first chance to get this full team on the field, and what I really wanted to do yesterday was focus on guys who are recovering from injuries, right? Guys who missed time last year, guys who were dealing with things. I got a ton of video on my social media at Sal Sports over on X if people want to see a lot of these guys, including Landon Jackson, who you're talking about here, Jeremy, he is a lot bigger. And we heard that from Brandon Beane. He said, when you see him, you'll notice. Well, we noticed. I mean, he said he's gained already about 20 pounds. He might go up another 5, like 25. He's hoping, I think, to play between 280 and 285. He was 260 last year. Think about that for a second, right? I mean, and the reason why is he's not going to be a stand-up outside linebacker in this defense. He's going to be a down lineman, a 4-eye technique. So not over the nose. He's more shaded over the inside shoulder of the tackle. And then there's going to be an outside linebacker outside of him. So he's got to play more of a defensive line down tackle technique than he is rushing the passer from a stand-up position. He's got to gain weight. He also was injured last year. He got hurt early in the season. He missed the rest of the year. That's the guy that I focused on. Dwayne Carter, same thing. Dwayne and Landon Jackson both spoke about how they really got to know each other, and Michael Hoyt rehabbing all year. Like, they were rehabbing together all year. They got very close. They would go in every day, and they both put on a lot of mass, a lot of weight. And Dwayne was already a bigger guy than Landon Jackson from a, weight standpoint. Not height. Landon's taller. But even Dwayne Carter putting on a little bit of muscle mass, putting on mass, getting bigger because he's got to play that nose maybe this year. He's got to do whatever is asked of him. He said he would do anything up there. But those are the guys I focused on. I thought Michael Hoyt running yesterday, when I put video, was super encouraging. Like, oh my God. He tears his Achilles. He plays, 6 quarters last year. It's in November, tears the Achilles, and he's already out there, and he's pushing. When I got out there, and we didn't have the video running yet, and the camera running yet, because I was walking out, I mean, he was working guys with a medicine ball and jumping with it and pushing it. You know what I mean? And then you see him sprinting, and I just thought that was another guy that was super encouraging. Terrell Bernard, Khalil Shakir, Dalton Kincaid, not wearing a sleeve on the knee, anything like that. Those are the guys that I was really interested in yesterday.
Is it maybe most important for Carter, Sal, given that, I don't know, I feel like his job security would be lower than Hoyt, especially. Like, Hoyt's here, and it should be a player you expect to contribute. And Jackson, I know his position might be changing a bit, and we're talking about the body type changing, but 3rd-round pick a year ago versus Carter 2 years ago and the Achilles injury, I don't know, how important would it be for him to be on the field, be showing them that he can do what they ask? Because I have thought about him as a guy that might not even make the team if things didn't go well.
Yeah, I agree. I think that he's in a spot where he's got to show that he can play these multiple positions. He can be healthy. He can be a nose guard, and whatever that looks like in this defense, if being asked to do that, he's got to step it up here in year 3. Landon Jackson's in year 2. I'd find it hard to believe they would move off, what it was, a 3rd-round pick last year, in year number 2 after an injury. So you think that he'll be on the team. He is going to play a different role. So you're right, Joe. I think the pecking order is he's probably got Dwayne Carter, probably has more to prove, more to show that, hey, I need to be here and I have to prove my spot here. You have TJ Sanders in front of him. You have Deion Walker in front of him, alongside him, whatever. Ed Oliver. He wasn't there yesterday, by the way, Ed Oliver. Didn't see him, I should say. And then you have Fedarian Mathis, Zion Logue. They drafted Zane Durant. Zane Durant's making this team, right? I mean, obviously injuries matter, but I agree with you. Dwayne Carter's a very interesting guy to watch this offseason.
Sal Capaccio joining us on Bills OTAs. Dalton Kincaid, that's the headline of the website, the piece you have up, about his decision to not have surgery, and he kind of detailed the process by which he arrived at that decision.
He did. And there was a lot made of this offseason, guys. As you know, people wondering, why didn't Dalton Kincaid have surgery? Why didn't he get the PCL, taken care of? And this goes back to 2024 when he revealed after this past season that he had a PCL injury in 2024, and then it never kind of fully recovered in 2025. He didn't have any procedures, and it just kind of flared up, and it kept bothering him all year. And we know he was on and off the injury report. He missed, 5 games last year, 4 in 2024. So what he said was, and people wondering, why wouldn't he do this? Like, he just elected not to have surgery. He said it's because the doctors recommended him not to do that. He said after the season, he talked to a lot of doctors who know a lot more than he does about the PCL injury. They advised against it. He said then, quote, I got plenty of opinions from people, great doctors, a bunch of team doctors around the league. So I went with their suggestions and opinions. Now, I asked him and I followed up and said, okay, so if they had said, hey, you need to have surgery, would you have done it? He said, absolutely. Like, he basically just went with what the majority of these doctors that he consulted, and he said he consulted a lot of them, said he let it heal on his own. He said he's feeling good. I mean, I watch him move out there. I got video of him. Looks like he looks fine to me. I mean, I don't know, what the knee feels like necessarily, what it's going to happen, but he's got no sleeve, he's got no brace, and that was the decision he made.
The goal, I think, still would be for him to be able to play more as a plan, right, Sal? Like, not just be available for every game of the season. But how have they kind of sounded to you, whether that was Bean, Brady, Kincaid, about not just him being available for more games, but being able to play more within those games?
Yeah, and I think there was a little too much made of the comments, Joe, that earlier this offseason from Bean and Brady maybe, when I don't remember which one said it which way, but we were at the owners meeting specifically, and they were talking about, it came out as load management. Remember that? Like, right, load management, manage him. And
I think that was Bean.
I didn't take it as them saying load management during the season. I took it as during the off season. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Like, hey, it's a season. There's a season coming. We gotta be, really good on making sure these guys are available for the season. So let's maybe a day here, a day off. That's I took it as them talking about training camp, them talking about now, the off season. And to me, that would make sense. How do you know, like, what's happening during the season? I don't think they're going to have to do that. Now, look, the season schedule is out, and I just said, 11 Sundays, 6 non-Sundays, that, Mike said on the air yesterday. I mean, you're going to get a lot of these funky, wonky practice schedules for these guys this year. So I just think that's reading too much into it. So to answer your question, yes, I think that being very on top of his schedule for Dalton and understanding what they need to do to get him ready is very important to them. And then we'll see where he is during the season. And maybe he does have to take a day or two off during the season, but that's probably no different than a few other guys because of the schedule, because of some short weeks, because of some longer weeks, and all the different things that are going to go into it. I would also add this. They picked up his fifth-year option. I mean, if the Bills had any concerns, like real concerns, about Dalton Kincaid and his health, moving forward, I don't know if they would have done that. Now, it's not an astronomical number for 2027.
Super cheap. Yeah, it's super cheap.
Right, it's like $8 million, so you can afford that. I get it. But I think that's a bet on Dalton Kincaid, to be honest with you.
Sal Capaccio joining us. So, Sal, the schedule from these weeks going forward, how many weeks of OTAs? Given that they start earlier, does that mean they have an additional week? It's not just that you start earlier, you get an extra week.
Yes, but the extra week came from starting earlier, as you mentioned, then you get the extra week, and you got an extra voluntary veteran minicamp, which is already over, by the way. Like, that happened a while ago. So they have OTAs this week. They have OTAs next week. We'll get 1 day again. We get like 1 day a week when this happens. Then they'll have another OTA at the early of June. Mandatory minicamp is June 9, 10, and 11th, or right in that window there. We'll get the full schedule, but it's that window. And then they're going to break for training camp. So really, it's the next couple of weeks, this week, next week. We got 3 weeks here. Then it's a mandatory, and then they're off until training camp.
Also yesterday, by the way, Keon Coleman, I know there's a lot for him on the field as well, but all the off-field issues, Sal, like, what did he sound like on that front yesterday?
Really interesting because maybe people don't realize it's the first time we've spoken to him since the press conference where his name was mentioned by the owner and it became headlines, obviously, guys. And he said that, he had really good conversations with Joe Brady the night before Joe's press conference when Joe told him, hey, the best thing that ever happened to you is me being your head coach, and how Joe said that. And he said, yeah, he was really excited about that. And, he talked to Joe about that. And Brady's said that ever since as well. He also said that he's a professional, and he really hasn't thought much about like what was said. He just knows that he kind of called it a make or break year for him. He knows that he has to, be available, be reliable, step up his game. And I would say it this way. I think he's saying the right things. We have to see it in practice now. We have to see it meaning in like put to use, like not just in practice, but in games. But we got to see this happen and come to fruition. But I liked what he said about it yesterday.
Yeah. It'll be a lot of prove it mode for him, right? He called it a make or break season. He might end up just being in the middle, make, break, or I don't know, role player, find a spot. He's certainly down in the pecking order on, the passing game, the targets that'll be out there, but that might be right for him, that he's not needed nearly as much.
Well, and he's got more competition for snaps, right?
Yeah.
So he kind of has to. Like, it was kind of given to him, right, Sal? Like, the first couple of years, like, he played so much in the first couple of years and was, like, kind of handed that role on the outside versus now with Moore here, and they draft Skylar Bell that – like, he can't kind of just hang out and I feel like get an opportunity. Like, there are other guys. You could see them lining up 5 receivers on opening game day and not have him involved if he didn't do the right things.
No, I agree with that. And it is going to be really interesting how all this shakes out. And we know that, again, injuries play a role in this, but Bills, have guys that are competing for those top 5 spots. Now, some of this might depend on when Tyrell Shavers comes back ultimately. And right now, guys, he's not out there practicing. I can't imagine he'd be ready necessarily, to play right away, but that's why they signed Trent Sherfield here. And, you're going to have some guys at the bottom of the roster fighting it out. As I look at it now, Moore, Shakir, Palmer. Oh, by the way, Josh Palmer was on the field yesterday, but he was doing rehab. So he's also recovering from something. So there's opportunity here for some of these guys as well to get in there and, show what they can do. And I think Keon Coleman, number 1 above anybody, has to take advantage of all that.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, guys.
All right. OTAs for the Bills.
There were new numbers, of course, yesterday, too.
There were.
That were an adjustment.
Skylar Bell's 13.
Greg Rousseau is 15.
I don't want to talk about that. That's so bad.
Why? That's bad?
Yeah. 15,
why is that bad?
15?
That's the today's game.
No.
Good star pass rushers are wearing
What's left for the receivers if the defensive players are into the teens now?
The receivers, I'd like to see the receivers make a return to the 80s.
I
want to see go make the 80s cool again. Someone's got to do it first.
You have to do it though without 87. 87's a slow tight end number, so you got to do it without 87.
Listen, anything is on the table. Travis Kelce's going to retire at some point here soon. Like, I grew up with Reggie Wayne wearing number 87.
That's true.
I'm ready for tight ends.
Fair. I have a stat
An
of the day.
8-star receiver number, at the very least, right? That's never a tight end number.
Michael Irvin.
I guess Dawson Knox wears 88.
He does. Michael Irvin, CeeDee Lamb. Who are the other famous 88s? Did Dez wear 88?
Yes.
Yeah, the Cowboys like
Jerry
88.
Jones wants. He said in the past
he likes it.
He asks his number 1 receiver.
Who are the other 88s?
Like, Lamb wanted to wear a different number, and Jerry Jones asked him, like, can you wear 88? Because I like to have our number 1 receivers wear 88.
Should I be able to have a top of mind 88 right away? Who else is it? Receivers.
I've got hockey brain right now still. So
Eric Lindros.
I thought of Patrick Kane first, but Lindros would be good for that too. Vasilevsky came to my mind.
I do have a stat of the day. We want it. It's on the Bills schedule. It's going to make everybody, I feel like it's kind of a jaw dropper, and it's going to make you feel better about this upcoming schedule. Here comes your stat of the day.
Time now for the stat of the day, brought to you by Chan Smoke Shop 2 and Casmart, where everything about Chan Smoke Shop is smoking.
All right, so Warren Sharp has this. You may have heard a little bit about the rest and net rest and rest advantages and disadvantages in football. And all that is, hey, the Bills and the Lions are playing on a Thursday. Both teams played on Sunday, equal rest. How about Bills and Patriots on a Sunday? But the Bills played Friday the week before. New England played on Sunday. That would be a 2-day advantage for the Bills in rest.
Mm-hmm.
Last season, the Bills were 29th in net rest.
Okay.
Minus 7 days of rest versus their opponents. This year, they are ranked number 2 in net rest, plus 14 days. You're like, oh, who cares? What's that mean? That means nothing. I don't care. It's like a day. What's the big deal? Here's the big deal. Since 2020, Again, Warren Sharp had this at Sharp Football. Since 2020, when the Bills play a game where there is no advantage or no rest disadvantage, no disadvantage, they are 62-18 when there's no rest disadvantage.
Okay. Since when?
2020.
Okay.
So 5 years, 62-18. That's a win percentage of 780.
Okay.
When they play with a rest disadvantage, which again, last year they had the second highest number.
Mm-hmm.
This year they're in great shape. When they play with a rest disadvantage, they are 15-13. A team that is 44 games over 500 with no rest disadvantage is 2 games over 500 with a disadvantage.
Does he have? That's just for the Bills. He has that.
That's just the Bills.
Because I would wonder what that's like league wide. What the trend?
How much it matters?
Because I'm sure there would be a drop, right? Like you would expect that teams with if I just did the whole league, teams with a rest advantage are going to have a better record than teams with a rest disadvantage. Right. But is it going to be as dramatic as what Warren just laid out there?
He did say in this thread that Buffalo has been more impacted by rest than most teams.
Okay.
So that's straight up. That's against the spread. The number 1 record in the NFL without a rest disadvantage the last 5 years. And 2 games over 5. So even
in this year, what is it? They don't have a single game?
This year they don't have a single game where the team they're playing is coming off a bye week.
Yeah.
Like the idea of a net they won't have games where there's a disadvantage this year. So like even if it is, like you said, a constant throughout the league where any team that has this problem is at a disadvantage, the Bills are not at a disadvantage this year. The Chargers have the worst number this year. The Chargers are like a minus 24 days of rest.
That team just cannot catch a break.
And the Bills are a plus 14. Like, think it's 4 weeks difference in how rested you are versus your opponent.
Right.
So, 803-0550. I got a take from the Montreal series that might make Owen mad.
Ooh.
Yeah, right? You know how it works.
What's going to make
a day?
So is it a goalie take?
It is a goalie take.
Okay.
A day or two goes by, and the takes start coming out, and you're like, yeah, he lost the series. And then all of a sudden there's a take, and it goes too far, and you want to slam something through a wall. I think I got one for Owen when we get back.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
Yeah, Paul, all these pieces, someone wrote an email to me yesterday. It's like, who are you trading? And my answer was, I have no idea. We'll see what Yarmo wants to do. And the reality is that, Kevin Adams, I feel like throughout the course of this season, people gave Kevin Adams credit for a lot of the players that have come in, and this largely being a roster that he's put together. What we're about to see is an offseason that is unlike the last 14 offseasons, because it probably gets harder here to make harder decisions. You have a lot of good players. You have a team that needs to get marginally better than it currently is. You want to make sure you can kind of bank on what you already have. Where do you think Jarmo Kekalainen's top priority lies? In getting what?
In getting, let's say St. Louis still isn't willing to part with Thomas. You can start with that, and it's somebody we know that Jarmo Kekalainen was interested in. He should be. I mean, that's a player that could really improve the Buffalo Sabres and put them over the top. Well, if you're going to do that, one of your right-handed shooting defensemen's going, probably Murtka. Helenus, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was in on that one. I think there might have been a number 1 pick in on that one. And then when Norris got thrown in, that's when no. I mean, that's just not happening type of a thing. If that all was true, the way it was reported. But if you go back to it, if you can get that type of a player, well, do you want to trade young players? No, you don't want to trade young players, especially the guys I just mentioned. But you've got so many; they're all not going to work. That was the thing with Savoy. I mean, you had three number one picks. It was Ostlund, Savoy, and Kulik. And they already had loaded up, and it was just like, well, all these guys can't make the NHL. There are not enough roster spots. So you need a two-way speed type of a center who, for one season, worked out very, very well and struggled this season. So we'll see how that goes for him next year.
How about best moment? Your best moment of the season? We get a lot to talk about because you were
maybe
gone.
moment I would go into game one and I would say Samuelson scoring against Boston.
My moment, and again, there's probably 100 through the regular season, but my favorite moment of the year was the Benson goal in Game 6. That deserves a statue to Ryan McLeod.
Yeah, that's good too.
To Josh Stone. Yeah, a statue to Josh Stone. We talked about that with Lindy after that. He mentioned it, how incredible it was. And that comes at a moment where, you're the Sabres who are up in the series on the road looking to close it out. It's a close game. Boston has started to carry play in the third period. And Josh Stone splits McAvoy and Pasternak.
Right, their best two players.
And takes a smash into the wall and sends it to Benson, who roofs it, and the series ends.
Right.
Right there. That moment, that play, that goal for me, statue.
Yeah.
And there's a still picture of Doan kind of swimming through the two players. It's just, to me, that encapsulates a lot about what this team really was. It was those two guys. It was winning aggressively by chasing pucks, dogs being dogs. We got a million different things along the way, right? Think of all the things we got. River hockey.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just there've been a ton of
everybody ropes, everybody rides. You had a lot of sayings.
A lot of sayings, a lot of sayings, a lot of vibes.
Yeah.
That Doan moment will forever be etched in my mind.
You were there, right?
It was coming straight at
Game 6,
incredible.
And then handshakes afterwards,
Right.
holy cow, our team is shaking hands with the other team again.
The Lindy fist pump after, as he's leaving the ice, that will forever be.
Yep.
Yeah.
To me, that's the moment of the season. Against Montreal, there's so many great moments.
Is there one anywhere in the 10-game win streak? Or not really, because it's so...
I kind of can't remember the 10-game win streak.
So many things have happened since
The
then.
Dallas game, to me, was a moment. The New Year's Eve game.
Dallas game. Yeah.
Because they went in and just destroyed Dallas. And Dallas.
Locker cleanout continues today for the Sabres as their season ended on Monday night. We heard from quite a few players already yesterday. In case you missed anything, you can find that on demand at WGR550.com. We'll hear from more players throughout the show this morning. Rasmus Dahlin currently at the podium. The Western Conference Final begins tonight. Vegas takes on Colorado at 8 o'clock. The Eastern Conference Final begins tomorrow night. Montreal will take on Carolina, who's had 12 days of rest and sweeping the Flyers. Puck drop is set for 8 o'clock as well tomorrow. Bills OTAs underway. We heard from head coach Joe Brady and a few of the players. If you missed anything, you can find that on our website as well. Looking around the NFL, Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice will serve a 30-day jail sentence after violating probation tied to a 2024 multi-car crash, forcing him to miss OTAs and mandatory minicamp. ESPN's Adam Schefter also adds that Rice is expected to be sidelined for at least 2 months due to a cleanup surgery on his right knee. Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix, they're splitting first-team reps at Falcons OTAs. Cam Scatterbo, dealing with that ankle injury, said he'll be ready to play in Week 1. Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Plus, at the event, stop by our table, scan the QR code for a chance to win a $1,000 gift card to Tom's Pro Bike. Visit WGR550.com for all the details. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
You definitely look back at it and what if that, but at the same time, you learn from it. We know we're going to be back, and it's a good lesson for us, and I think you just see come playoff time, anything can happen. One shot means a lot, so, it obviously stings right now, but we'll be better from it.
That's Zach Benson. Just seeing a little bit of news coming down. This is not anything major, but Michelle Girardi-Zumwalt of the Buffalo Sabres tweeting out moments ago that tonight, she's involved in all the video, the Always a Goalie, the Four Falls of Buffalo. Four Falls of Buffalo is going to be on ESPN tonight.
So like main ESPN?
Maybe. I guess avoid that.
Why?
Look out.
Why?
Look out. Anyway.
That doesn't make any sense. Do they have like Golden Knights and Avalanche on ABC?
It must be TNT that has that, or no? Is it ABC?
That's what I was wondering. Like, if they've got a hockey game on ABC, then they just need like a throwaway. Actually, listen, I'm gonna look. But if that game was on ABC and you're thinking ESPN executives, all right, we gotta put something on ESPN.
It's on ESPN.
What's on ESPN?
Avs and Golden Knights at 8:00.
Okay, so Four Falls Buffalo is not then on ESPN?
It must be on one of the families
ESPN
of the
2?
network somewhere.
Because I'm saying, if you are thinking what fan base right now needs a break and just can't watch it right now, would they think, well, Buffalo is going to need a day off here, so let's give them something to watch.
This is something to watch. Hey,
it's a nice documentary.
You don't want to watch the hockey. Let's have you watch your generation of heartbreak.
Super Bowl losses. Okay, maybe that's a good point.
Well, there is a point to be made here, and we're going to get this take for Owen that's going to make him mad. There's a point here, the whole, are they cursed? Are they cursed? Are they cursed? And I would just like to say, oh, no, please don't curse me with watching the best player in football every week. How cursed am I? Oh, no. You've cursed us again. My hockey team brought everyone back to life, and we had a series of nonstop partying for 2 weeks. What a curse. Easy. It's a curse if you just don't win the championships. That means you're cursed. That's it? Everybody wins them all the time?
Well, are they the only city at this, or are we basically the only city at this point?
No, definitely not.
That has this many years without winning one?
Who cares? Who cares?
I do. I mean, the whole one before you die mantra. Come on.
No, I get that, but that doesn't make you cursed. Montreal has one team. They won the title in 1993.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they're not cursed. Well, everybody's just cursed? Okay.
How about this? If there are levels of cursed, who beats you?
I don't know. I think it's absurd. I can't take it seriously. Any notion that it's not fun to be a fan unless you win the title. Your favorite teams don't win titles. It's totally normal to just not win. Most teams don't win the whole thing.
I have wrestled with that recently, the idea of it's obsessive to me, the idea that they've got to win. I want to see them win one.
Yeah,
and
me too.
I feel like them not having one gets in the way constantly for me of enjoying their seasons. And if they had already had one,
you'd probably enjoy it less. That's the reality.
I don't know. No, I feel like I'd enjoy, because everything to me is just the pressure of I want to see them win one, and a game that they win at the end of the Bills win at the end of December that's awesome does not matter to me at all, because I don't care until you win a championship. Win a championship. Playoffs start in January. I don't care what you did in some amazing regular season game in November. You haven't won yet.
How much do you think Florida, well, I mean, again, half the time we're going to do this with fan bases that we don't even think are really fully real. You win the whole thing, you're the dog that catches the car. Not to say you don't want to do it, but then you're like, all right, well, what next year? Okay, let's try to win it next year. And then when they lose in the first round of the playoffs the following year, guess what? You don't care that much. It proves to you that.
But how long does that last?
25 years.
25 years?
Yes, maybe 25 years. Maybe 20 years.
You think Lightning fans weren't upset they lost Game 7 to Montreal because they won the Cup 5 years ago?
Yeah, how could they possibly be as upset as we are? How could it be possible to win that many Stanley Cups as they have and have lost in the opening round to Montreal in 7 games in overtime at home? The same thing we just went through. They feel the same about it? They feel just as heartbroken?
They definitely don't feel the same about it, but I don't know. I like to find out.
I'm into.
I just would like to find out.
I'm not saying don't find out, but I don't know, this curse nonsense. All right, we've got a take on the Montreal-Buffalo series that I want to get you here. So, I found this, the takes on the series, and I know that Owen likes Steve Valiquette quite a bit, right?
So I like him a lot. I think he's really, really good at breaking down the position.
Breaking down goalies. Okay, all right.
Now I'm scared.
So this is going to be a real test. This is like the worst person in the world just made a really good point, This is your favorite analyst just said something, and I don't know if it's going to make you mad, but I'm ready to find out. Roll, Joe Kelly, let's hear Steve Valiquette on Dobesh.
When Dobesh has been in Game 7, guys, that's twice so far this postseason, 21 grade A scoring chances faced, only 2 goals against. That's as good as it gets when you're talking pressure time hockey. This is Patrick Waugh. This is Dominic Hasek level stuff.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa. Whoa.
Dominic Hasek level stuff.
Dobesh, that's Waugh, that's Hasek. That's what you're seeing in Game 7.
Are we only getting a forced comparison there, though, because he's Czech?
And he played for Montreal? And he plays for Montreal? Like, those two guys have the direct 1 degree of separation? Did anybody watch that game and think you're playing against Dominic Hasek?
No, I did not think that.
No, I certainly didn't think that.
No. I mean, I respect the stats that he's put up in those 2 Game 7s, but I couldn't bring myself to go with he's Dom Hasek after 2 games. That seems a little aggressive to me. But I can see, like,
to compare him to a 6-time Vezina winner.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
If his point is purely in these Game 7s in this situation so far, he has played then fine. But like that you need to be a little more clear about that. I think before you go with Dom Hasek and Patrick Waugh.
What was Hasek in Game 7s?
Bad.
He didn't win one here.
Yeah, not good.
Shields was in net when Plant scored.
Yeah.
What do you do in Detroit? Anything? If he's making it about Game 7s, that's all I'd mean to say. Not that Hasek was bad in Game 7s. They just didn't win. But he doesn't come to mind for me when I'm thinking of, like, legends of Game 7.
Game 7, like, performer. Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, Dobesh, I thought, was great in the third period. Like, I thought he looked all over the place in the first 2. We've talked about that. But that, like, one play I think of where, like, he just was on it. He knew where the puck was all the time after the third period began.
Is that the one where Tuck shot it right to the glove that was in the perfect spot?
Well, I wasn't going to say that one, but that too is when Zucker hits him and he flies back and dives. What happens right before that? Quinn gets a clean shot on. The puck bounces off his pad and goes up into the air, and he immediately knows where it is, and he's got his paw right down on it.
Yeah.
And any bouncing puck there in the crease that somebody can slap in, like, there was never a chance for it because he the whole time he knew where that puck went to and he had his glove on it.
So that was the one he knew where it was. Because he didn't know what it was the whole night.
He did not.
The whole night? Wasn't it just the first and second period?
It was the first and second,
the third
period when he
was dialed in.
Yeah.
I thought he was very dialed in.
Okay.
Because the Sabres had great chances in the third.
He was begging to get beat.
late.
I'll be the fan that's completely coping because the team lost and you're sad. This is when, like, the Bills lose and you're like, I don't even think Mahomes was that good in this game. Like, so I'll be that guy. I don't care.
Right.
I think
but every Dobesh interview, he thinks he's Hasek now.
That
he
might be
definitely
right.
carries
That's
some attitude
true.
of like, oh yeah, no big deal.
I think he's Jordan Binnington.
He is definitely that.
He's got that attitude. He's got that temper. Yeah. He's got right now a thing going where he's probably getting. This is Binnington, isn't it? The legend of the guy is actually greater than the actual skill of the player. That's Binnington. Binnington has this reputation of who would you trust more in a big game than Jordan Binnington? Like, I don't know. He's like the 28th best goalie in hockey.
Like 12 guys.
But because of Team Canada and him winning the cup, he's got this rep of, I trust that dude.
Yeah.
And I think Dobesh is creating that same myth right now.
Feels like he would maybe get the Phil Mickelson nickname Fig Jam. He's got that attitude.
Yes.
You know Fig Jam?
I don't know Fig Jam.
You don't know Fig Jam?
That's what? It's a Phil Mickelson nickname?
Yeah, they call him Fig Jam. There's a nickname that Mickelson got, Fig Jam.
When? In the 90s?
No, I mean,
I don't
the
ever
2000s.
remember.
It's about This is
his nick. Like, is there a golf reference page? Like, it would be fifth on his nicknames.
I can just tell you what the nickname is and how it came about and what it means. I can't tell you what the F stands for, but the rest of it says, "I'm good, just ask me." That's Fig Jam. That's Phil Mickelson. And is that not Binnington? Is that not right now Dobesh?
Yeah, 100%.
Fig Jam. Game 7, scoreboard, losers.
Yeah.
Thanks
for chanting my names, bums.
Listen,
that's what he's at.
Swayman said the same thing and lost.
That's goalies, though.
Hold on.
Hasek played 3 Game 7s, by the way, to go back to the clip. 3.
Yeah.
How do you do?
He won one of them. The Red Wings won 7-0. He only faced 19 shots.
Well, that seems pretty
He
easy.
let in the Kasperitis goal. Wasn't that not a great goal also, looking back?
It's very, yeah.
And then there's a third one in here somewhere that I can't find.
I don't like that comparison.
Okay, fair.
He did have a 946 save percentage in the 3 Game 7s.
Okay,
that is pretty good.
His team didn't score enough goals.
But,
I'm just looking at the stages of grief, and I only did this to see where anger is on the rundown, because I feel like I'm in anger now and just yelling at Dobesh. It is what it is. Stupid.
All-time goalie villain for Buffalo?
Alex Newhook. No.
Who's the all-time goalie villain?
Cam Ward.
All-time goalie villain? Yeah, Cam Ward probably.
Is Dobesh Cam Ward, by the way? Cam Ward, hey, congratulations.
No, he's better. He was better than Cam Ward
that guy
was.
had a postseason, won a Conn Smythe, and then he was bad forever. Easy.
He could be, yeah.
He could be
undecided.
Is he second then? What's this list? Is he second to Cam Ward?
I don't even really think of Dobesh as a villain in this series. I think about
he's a
sure. No, you're
a villain.
You're right, but
he was flopping around and he cross-checked Krebs when Krebs was 10 feet from the crease on one play.
He slashed Darlene, and that made me mad.
The flop he took on the Zucker play was absurd.
Yeah.
In Game
7. 1, Benson's on the ice, got thrown to the ground, and he wanted to fight everybody for some reason.
Jumping on top of him.
Oh, just that dude had. I know. He was driving me nuts.
I said this in the press box. If I was still playing, I never got to play against him, but if I was still playing, that would be a guy that I would be yelling at to try and fight.
Dobish?
Yeah.
I
used to do that to guys that were like him.
Can they hear
I don't know
you?
if you guys mentioned it the next show, the next day, but when Dobish, after Game 1, was getting involved and he did whatever to Benson, at one point I think he threw Darlene's stick, and I thought, what's he got to do for Lyon to come down the ice here? Is there anything that he could do? Because Lyon runs hot. I'm what? How close is Lyon to running down the ice here?
Lyon's way smaller than Dobish. By a lot.
Let's get a line brawl next year.
But remember, he challenged Tanner Jeannot 6 days earlier.
Sure. I don't know that was actually going to happen.
I'm not saying he would have won the fight. I'm just saying he might have gone down there.
Yeah.
Clarification, 4 Falls of Buffalo was on last night, so you can avoid it tonight. Perfect. All right, good. They're talking down at KeyBank Center. Rasmus Dahlin speaking with the media. We'll bring you some of the highlights of what everybody's got to say. Dahlin, Thompson, Tuck, Lindy, and Yarmo go later today as well. So stay tuned here on WGR. Thing about, but I like your idea there, the idea that you get one for the next 2 to 3 years. You can draft one. It's one thing that is different about, we can make comparisons to quarterback and goaltender all you want. You do not have to pick top 5 to pick a goalie. In fact, you would never take a goalie in the top 5.
No.
Vasilevsky was 19th overall.
Yeah, Florida picked. Oh, by the way, Florida's
Jeremy
another
White here
example.
for
Now they never got
Auto Sales.
going.
13-7.
They drafted Spencer Knight maybe 15th, and signed Bobrovsky to a $10 million deal. In that was in the same offseason they did that.
So if you want to do the 7-year plan, you very well could get most years, maybe get your hands on the best goalie, because it's not that hard to get up to where that might be. Sometimes it's a first-round pick, mid-first. I mean, the days of Carey Price going, who went 5th? I think overall.
You can get the first goalie drafted in the second round.
Absolutely.
There's a guy in the Sabres system, I think, that I don't think is on the radar, that was the first goalie picked in a year, and it was middle of the second round.
Is that the Lupin? Tobias Leinen.
Yeah, okay. Tobias
I think he was the first goalie picked of his draft, and he was in the middle of the second round or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and there are guys. I mean, Wallstead was 20th overall, and he's a true stud.
Right.
So that is where you're looking at. There are
Is that Gustafsson hip injury?
Yeah,
really suck for everybody involved? Because I'd want to spend a lot of time on just which one? They've got 2 number 1 goalies. Can I get one of them? But the problem is one of them's got a hip surgery and is going to miss the start of next season.
That is the biggest roadblock with that idea. And if I was, you want to talk about the big moves, I might prefer a Shesterkin move over a Hellebuck one. Little younger, and I might like him 5% more. I think that might make a little more sense. He might be even more available to me because the Rangers are just
30-year-old goalie. Like, what age was Miller when the Sabres dealt him? Was he about 30?
Probably about
in that
30.
neighborhood.
Ooh, how old was Miller?
I don't know.
No, because he was
younger.
He was older when he started.
32 then.
You're right. I think that might be right.
Maybe 32. Yeah, Shesterkin's 30.
Yeah, 30
Miller was 33 when they got traded.
Okay.
So to me, the Shesterkin thing with 30 flat, that could be your thing for 2 to 3 years, like you're talking about, Joe, and you draft a guy to bring in behind him, and that could, ramp up. And whether that works or not with the guy you draft, you've still got, in 3 years, he's 33. That's still like end of prime for goaltenders.
Yeah.
Goalies are later. They can play until they're 36, 37, 38. Bob is old, and he's still been good. This is the first year he's really sort of taken a dip.
Right.
And to me, that is the window. Hellebuck is great. He's at the very end of what I would be willing to do in terms of age. Shesterkin would be, to me, the Goldilocks zone.
Overcast and in the 50s today. So plan accordingly. Consecutive days where you'd be able to golf if you wanted to. It's been hot out, been nice out, not a lot of rain. Stormed last night. Hard.
Yeah, it did.
Hard rain last night. As hard as it rained in, I was thinking of a movie, but no one will remember it. The Boy Who Could Fly. Anyway.
No, I don't know.
That hits deep for some people. Old Disney movie. We'll keep tabs on Sabres locker cleanout. Alex Tuck speaking right now. Rasmus Dahlin has already spoken. Tage Thompson to come. Jason Zucker. A bunch more. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. How about best moment? Your best moment of the season? We get a lot to talk about because you were
maybe moment I would go into game 1 and I would say Samuelson scoring against Boston.
My moment, and again, like there's probably 100 through the regular season, but my favorite moment of the year was the Benson goal in Game 6 that deserves a statue to Ryan McLeod.
Yeah, that's good too.
To Josh Stone. Yeah, a statue to Josh Stone. Like we talked about that with Lindy after that. He mentioned it, how incredible it was. And that comes at a moment where, you know, you're the Sabres who are up in the series on the road looking to close it out. It's a close game. Boston has started to carry play in the third period. And Josh Stone splits McAvoy and Pasternak.
Right, their best two players.
And takes a smash into the wall and sends it to Benson, who roofs it, and the series ends.
Right.
Like right there. That moment, that play, that goal for me, like statue.
Yeah.
And there's a still picture of Doan kind of swimming through the two players. It's just, to me, that encapsulates a lot about what this team really was. It was those two guys. It was winning aggressively by chasing pucks, you know, dogs being dogs. We got a million different things along the way, right? Think of all the things we got. River hockey.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just there've been a ton of
everybody ropes, everybody rides. You had a lot of sayings.
A lot of sayings, a lot of sayings, a lot of vibes.
Yeah.
That Doan moment will forever be etched in my mind.
You were there, right?
It was coming straight at
Game 6, like
incredible.
And then handshakes afterwards,
Right.
like holy cow, our team is shaking hands with the other team again.
The Lindy fist pump after, like as he's leaving the ice, like that will forever be.
Yep.
Yeah.
To me, that's the moment of the season. Against Montreal, there's so many great moments. Like,
is there one anywhere in the 10-game win streak? Or not really, because it's so...
I kind of can't remember the 10-game win streak.
I know, there's so many things have happened since
the
then.
Dallas game, to me, was a moment. The New Year's Eve game.
Dallas game. Yeah.
Because they went in and just destroyed Dallas, and Dallas was red hot.
Yeah.
And that was New Year's Eve, and I was out, and everybody I was out with.
Yeah.
It was the first time I felt like the community, like, oh, they're back.
Now I remember this because I believe was it New Year's Eve? I was at a party watching the Sabres and they're winning, and all of a sudden, like the entire room is cheering at the screen.
Yeah, they won 4-1.
Yeah, and my thought is like, everybody, wait, this is all coming back.
Yeah.
That was New Year's.
That was the 10th game.
Yeah, I think it was. It was deep in the streak by then.
Yeah,
and it was like that. That was the moment where I was truly like,
it was
okay.
10th.
All my friends are now obsessed with them again, and like we've got this back.
Yep,
and they're good.
Yeah, that was the 10th win in a row.
Yeah.
Locker cleanout continues today for the Sabres. Their season ended on Monday night. We heard from quite a few players already yesterday. In case you missed anything, you can find that on demand at WGR550.com. We'll hear from more players throughout the show this morning, but already have heard from Rasmus Dahlin and Alex Tuch. That'll be on demand soon. The Western Conference Final begins tonight. Vegas will take on Colorado at 8 o'clock, and the Eastern Conference Final begins tomorrow night. Montreal will take on Carolina, who's had 12 days of rest since sweeping the Flyers. Puck drop is set for 8 o'clock as well. Bills OTAs are underway. We heard from head coach Joe Brady and a few of the players. If you missed any of that, that's also on our website. And around the NFL, Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice will serve a 30-day jail sentence after violating probation tied to a 2024 multi-car crash, forcing him to miss OTAs and mandatory minicamp. Also on top of that, ESPN's Adam Schefter reports Rice is expected to be sidelined for at least 2 months due to a cleanup surgery on his right knee. Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix, they're splitting the first-team reps during Falcons OTAs. Devon Achane reported for Dolphins OTAs, and Cam Scatterbo, dealing with the ankle injury, said he'll be ready to play in Week 1. Catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Shope and the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Throughout the season, obviously, and if you go back to last summer, we had talks with Kevin Adams and his management staff that didn't progress to where we wanted it to. So we decided to kind of hold off and go through the season a little bit more and then maybe pick things back up. They chatted occasionally, and then when Yarbrough stepped in, some good talks, and then they kind of stalled out a little bit, and we decided they continued to talk throughout the course of the season. And then at a point when we were starting to make the playoff push and everything, I decided that it was in my best interest and the best interest for the team in general to put anything like that on hold until after the season was over.
Alex Tuch on the timeline of contract chatter between his camp and the team.
And you had Rasmus Dahlin saying, all I want is Tuch to get back. That's the bottom line. Tage expressed wanting him back as well. So
he's coming back.
I would guess that he is coming back. Yes.
Yep. Listen, Tuch said that Jarmo expressed interest. He'll be back. We want you back. Dahlin publicly, Tage publicly saying we want him back. He comes back. Yeah. Paul tweeting just moments ago. Jarmo expressed to him again in his exit meeting he wants to have him back.
Now, of course, to play devil's advocate, are you going to tell him there, like, we're done?
No, but...
Like, if you still might think or tell the guy, yeah, we want you. And in your head, but we're not giving you $11 million.
Yes, but if you would also have already had your exit interviews with Thompson and Dahlin as Jarmo, you might prepare them for, like, we're going to do everything we can. I don't know.
But again, everything you can doesn't have to be him coming back. I still think it will because of it just would feel weird to me, given his connection with the team, that they finally make it and it goes well and he's great during the regular season in round one, that it would all be undone by one series and that all those connection points are just going to end here and he's going to go play for the Kraken.
Right.
Like, that just feels...
Listen,
it feels like something that won't happen and that they will find some place in the middle, even if it's late in the game. The only thing, I guess, that would maybe stop it is if they did, like, a Robert Thomas trade. Because if they do that...
They need to find the money.
I don't know how they're giving Alex Tuch $9.5+ million a year.
One way they're probably doing it is by trading Byram and finding a replacement for Byram you think is cheaper, because Byram after this year is going to cost you what, 10? Neighborhood?
Yeah,
right?
9+.
Sure.
For sure.
So you decide to do what Kevin Adams was trying to do a year ago, which was trade Bowen Byram and see what you can get. Market wasn't there. They signed him to a 2-year deal. I think he had a pretty good year. I would guess his value is higher than it was. And Byram I would put on the list of players that I would think might get moved. If you were to go ahead.
Because I've wondered all along, and I think I said this like right around the trade deadline, that Tuck not being signed right now, like if I were Yarmo and you don't have a personal relationship with these guys at all, like the game that I might be trying to play is, okay, yeah, I want Tuck back, but he's not my plan A. If I'm going to give out a big contract, I'm going to give out a big amount of salary to a top 6 forward before next season, then I'm going to wait till the season ends, and I'm going to go try to take another run at Robert Thomas. And if I do that, then I'm going to thank Alex Tuck for his services on this team, and I'm going to let him go into free agency.
Yeah.
But if I can't get a deal like that done, and maybe specifically for that guy, maybe I try again. And I didn't outbid Minnesota because Minnesota's desperate for a number 1 center. Or St. Louis decided with Alex Steen, like, yeah, we're just going to hold on to him. Well, all right. I go back to Tuck. He becomes plan A now. But I wonder if right now he is plan A. He could be plan B and you still want him, but maybe not as much as you would like to trade for Robert Thomas.
803-0550 is the phone number if you want it. On that, we're going to get to Hot and Cold, brought to you by Belknap Heating. Quickly, this is probably a bigger, longer conversation we have in the future as the offseason hits and after we hear from Yarmo. How many players are you – untouchable is a tough phrase because Edmonton calls and says, hey, McDavid says he wants to play there. Who can we have?
Name
the list is different. But let's just get to, like,
right,
your core that you are not moving under nearly any circumstance. I have to leave the nearly in there because of – but who is on the list or the short list, however you want to say it. Make your own little standard there.
Well, Dahlin's on the list.
Yes, Dahlin. You would want to say Doan and Benson are on this list.
Doan and Benson.
They are team identity at this point.
Yep.
Now, this is not necessarily in order.
Power
is on the list for me.
Yeah, I don't know that he was for me middle of the year. Like I think I liked him more than many, but I would have been willing to think about deals involving him. Now it would take superstar to think about a trade for me where he's in it.
Agree. I thought I often we'd talk about who does Yarmo look at and say he's good, but he's not the kind of guy I want. And then Power down.
Yeah, Power's the core
down the stretch. Like I've seen it. Samuelsson. I mean, the three of them I have a franchise backbone. Samuelsson, especially for the contract. Holy cow.
The contract.
The fact that he turned it around and he makes that money is like you could never get rid of this. It's the housing market now.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like, how could I leave? You know how much I have to pay to replace this same player? It's 2.5 times the price.
Right.
Maybe.
Like, I'm sure he'll never score 16 goals and 48 points again, but that doesn't.
He scored 16 goals?
If you include playoffs.
That's insane. So Dahlin, Power, Samuelsson, Doan, Benson. We haven't gotten to Tage yet. I mean, Tuck's not under contract. Oslin and Helenius are here.
So those two are really tough for me because I almost want to put them on the list. I want to put at least one on the list, but I don't know if I care which one. Like, it can't be both. But, like, not to just mention Thomas every single time, but if you want to trade for a guy like that, like, the idea that one of those two isn't involved.
It's very difficult.
Seems really tough because you're going to have to outbid the league now. And, again, Minnesota is looking to acquire a number 1 center. So any type of player like that, you got to outbid that team. And to outbid that team, there's no way you're doing that without Helenius or Oslin in the lineup.
Yep.
So I struggle because they both look so good, and they're cheap and young, and you don't have to think about paying them right now.
Matters a lot,
and
right?
They play all 3 positions, and they're both good defensively, and they both score, and they both do everything. Like, I kind of want to build my team around them being the next wave, and them being maybe the top 2 guys. Like, you can mention Kulik if you want, and Doan is a little older for this, but like I feel like those two are spearheading the next wave of guys that are going to make up my core, so that when Tage is in his mid-30s, I still have a core that Oslin and Helenius are leading the way at forward and feeling good about it. So I kind of want to put them partly in, but that doesn't count maybe.
Right. And the other thing is about like both of those guys, if you are planning on keeping Tage, which I think you are, it's another spot where the contract is too good. It's just too good.
Tage is making $7 million, and he on the open market would fetch like 13, maybe.
Ish, yeah. 40 goal scorer, routine like 40 goal scorer, like that's 11-ish. So
or more.
Yeah, when you've got guys that are playing on such a discounted kind of deal, like I would be reluctant to give them up. And it's the same thing where you want Robert Thomas. He's the name we're just going to keep mentioning. Who knows who ultimately.
Eventually, someone else will. There will be a rumor about someone else eventually, and then that name will go in.
I got a name that was tweeted in today about this, or might have been mentioned in the chat. You want another name?
Who?
Nico Hischier.
Okay. He played for Lindy.
He did. Like, what do you think about that? Is New Jersey coming off that? Just another name. Somebody brought it up, and I thought, all right, How about Jack Hughes? Can you get Jack Hughes?
You want Matthews?
I have no.
I hear no.
I mean, I don't know what to
it's
do about
big.
Any of it. It is big.
That's a big one.
He's also going to be a free agent.
That is like a core-shattering type of trade. Like you are doing something completely different now if you're doing that, and maybe that's not as crazy.
No,
as,
you're probably not doing that.
No,
I don't. Come on.
You find out tomorrow he's ready. I want to move on. Are you bidding as much as the top bidder would bid? Like, are you willing to play that game?
If you want to do that, what teams have a claim?
Vegas would be involved.
Not even that. Vegas is always involved.
Exactly.
What team would have more of a no? It's our time, not your time for this kind of trade. This is like the Myles Garrett idea, right? How many teams should have said, "Oh, Myles Garrett is an idea we should do"?
Right.
And the Bills have been linked to that a million times. The Eagles are always linked to that. New England, when they got linked to that, I thought, didn't Vrabel say on record it's not time for us to do something like that?
That was last year when he said that, right?
Guess what? It was time. It should have been time.
That's right.
So if you're talking about the teams that think if we were able to hammer out a deal for one elite player and add that player to our lineup, we are talking Stanley Cup. It's not the old joke where, the Sabres signed Taylor Hall. No, they're not going to win the Stanley Cup with this signing. But the teams that have a claim to say, we are worthy of thinking like that. The Sabres are one of them.
Yeah. I guess the difference there would be in that scenario for a Myles Garrett. In football, you're really only trading draft capital.
Right.
Whereas here,
players.
Like, are the Sabres going to make a trade this summer where the return going back is really going to hurt?
Yeah.
Like, you're trading Osland. Because a deal like that, say they did trade him this summer, that's going to hurt. You're absolutely getting an incredible player back, though, on the other side.
You would hope.
That's the 2-for-1,
Pedersen.
3-for-1 type of deal that Adams was always either afraid to make or not interested in making or couldn't make, and that will hurt a ton. Are they going to make a trade like that?
It's probably
Yarmo has done that a lot in his past.
Isn't it probably an underdog that they make a big trade like that?
Where one of those kids, like, are Kulik, Helenius, and Osland all still Sabres property at the beginning of next season?
It's a good bet. It's a good question.
I was going to say it's a good bet that it's yes. I think I'd want to bet no.
I'd want to bet yes. Let's bet it.
All three.
$10, sure.
All right, all three are
on the roster next year. Because Kulik is too much of a wild card. I don't think you're going to trade him off of what.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So now it's down to
right. Is another team going to take him on before he's played a game?
Right. So now I'm down to just Osland and Helenius, and
yeah, okay.
Like if that's a bet,
my hand's still on the chess piece because the Kulik points is the right one to make. Like, he's not tradable right now.
803-0550. Belknap Heating and Cooling, hot and cold. Mr. Joe Kelly asks you, the listeners out there, to submit your things that maybe are hot or cold. What does that mean? Really? Whatever you want. Whatever you want. We're just going to talk about it, and Joe's got it for us here.
All right. First, quickly, Tage is speaking right now, and he was asked about the injury, and it started out with everybody's always playing through injury, but he mentioned low back stuff going on.
Okay.
So that's all we got there.
Is that something that would affect his shot?
Yeah, for sure.
Because I thought the thing that he was most hesitant to do was rip the puck, like wristers. I thought that was the thing he didn't do. He didn't do it on the 2-on-1, right?
It would definitely sort of limit the amount of torque that you can get, and especially as a guy that's that tall, I'll tell you from experience, that low back stretches out when you're doing something like that, and it can get gnarly. So that makes sense to me.
Okay. Interesting. Well, we'll start not in the sports world, if that's okay. I got one that is a little interesting to me. We talk about food a lot in the offseason, so might as well get ready for this.
Uh-oh.
Neapolitan ice cream.
Yeah.
One flavor or three?
It's 3 flavors. It's chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla.
But is Neapolitan the flavor? That's the question.
Yeah, because if you would say Neapolitan is a flavor of ice cream, then you can't say there are 3.
Neapolitan is a collection of 3 flavors. That's what it is.
It's like an assorted box of Timbits.
Yes.
Is it?
Yeah, if I mix Timbits into one box, I don't get to say, like, oh, it's the assorted.
I don't know, but
it's the assorted flavor.
If I go up to an ice cream stand and I want Neapolitan ice cream, well, what flavor would you like? Neapolitan.
Yeah, you don't say
What flavor
chocolate,
would you like?
vanilla,
I'd like a twist. That's even though it's a combination of things.
Twist is not a flavor.
It is a flavor.
Vanilla chocolate. You're trying to make the claim that
twist is a flavor.
A vanilla chocolate twist is not vanilla and chocolate. It's a different flavor.
Yeah, if I want a soft serve twist, they know exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm with you.
I have not said the words vanilla or chocolate, and they know what I mean.
You can't just walk in and say I'll have a twist. They then ask you what flavor.
No, they don't ask what flavor.
No. Yeah, they should.
They know. They're not going to come back with strawberry and cotton candy.
They absolutely do have twists that are like lemonade and raspberry next to the one.
Are these ice cream shops?
Have you been to an ice cream shop?
Twist is vanilla and chocolate.
But now they have like banana.
That is common knowledge
strawberry
in the ice cream world.
This is crazy talk.
The claim is now that twist is its own flavor?
Yeah, absolutely.
Somehow, in my mind, twist is a flavor and Neapolitan is 3 flavors.
See,
that can't be.
I know that doesn't work, but in my head, that's how it works.
I mean, this goes everywhere.
I hate it myself.
Hold on. A bowl of cereal. That's a flavor that's different from the cereal because I've added another thing to it. Lucky Charms in a bowl.
I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing with the cereal.
I got Lucky Charms in a bowl.
Trying to confuse us.
Lucky Charms is the vanilla. Milk is the chocolate.
No, that's
and like, oh no, this isn't Lucky Charms and milk. It's
milk is not cereal. It's like that'd be like saying. Actually, cereal's done this in the same box, right? Where didn't the Kelseys do this? Where half the box was like Reese's Puffs and the other half was like Lucky Charms.
That's a new flavor.
All right.
I call that a Kelsey.
I don't want this cereal comparison being loud.
I don't think it works because it's 2 distinctly different ingredients.
Oh, fair. Okay. A ham and cheese sandwich is no longer ham and cheese, but it's a new flavor altogether.
This is a bad argument from you.
Bad argument.
It's 2 different things. The ice cream is both ice creams.
A ham and turkey sandwich
is turkey and bread.
If somebody
no, just a ham and turkey roll-up.
So wait, is that
ham and turkey? No. It's a new flavor.
Wait, so if somebody, if you asked somebody what their favorite flavor of ice cream was and they said Neapolitan, you would tell them that's not a flavor?
No one's ever said Neapolitan because it's not a flavor.
Play the game. If somebody did say that, you would say, no, you're just refusing to pick your favorite flavor.
Where does the turducken fit into this argument?
We got to figure out. We got to weasel it in here somehow.
Are there any other ice cream flavors that are actually just a combination?
Ooh.
By the way, you go to the Wikipedia page of list of ice cream flavors, and the picture is Neapolitan ice cream.
That's because it's 3 flavors.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Neapolitan ice cream is made of flavors of ice cream, chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry side by side in the same container.
The Superman, they call it, the sherbet or whatever, with all the crazy flavors and stuff.
This is a good point, actually.
That's one flavor, but it's one like flavor of ice cream, but it's mixed with a bunch of stuff.
Right, it's just like cotton candy and cherry.
Sure. Just like Panda Paws has multiple things in it, and the flavor or the name of the ice cream is a collection of flavors. All ice creams are collections of flavors. If I get cookies and cream, that's cookies and cream as a flavor of ice cream.
Right, but you don't...
But that's like added ingredients. That's not just the ice cream, right?
You just made a point against your own argument, didn't you?
No, the point is that when you're talking about now you're talking about flavors as a name as opposed to the actual concept of what a flavor is.
Okay, right.
Okay.
Anybody saying Neapolitan is one flavor is insane. Totally insane.
I don't know. Hot or cold?
I'm
having trouble finding another good example.
I'm gonna start doing this with everything in my life. I'm gonna give you guys a bowl of soup, and on one side is gonna be broccoli cheddar, and the other side is gonna be clam chowder. Be like, look, I've invented a new flavor of soup. Look, eat it separately. Eat it
peanut butter and jelly, a flavor of sandwich.
Yes.
No, it's a kind of sandwich. The flavor is peanut butter and jelly.
So you would give the Neapolitan as a kind of ice cream, but you wouldn't say a flavor of ice cream.
It's definitely a kind of ice cream. But it's not its own flavor.
But see, the difference in the flavor is that when you're taking a spoonful, you're often getting the mixture of the two. So then it becomes like chocolate strawberry. It's kind of the flavor of it.
That is where we get to, I think.
You're not eating – anyone that eats Neapolitan ice cream like a real person is not eating just the strawberry and then just the chocolate and just the vanilla.
That's 100% wrong. That's 100%
terrible. No, you are getting a spoon of the multiple flavors. That's the whole point of having it.
If you open up Neapolitan ice cream in my house, the strawberry and the chocolate and the vanilla are all at different heights.
That is psychotic behavior.
The reason it exists is so you don't have to buy 3 kinds of ice cream. That's why it exists.
No, it exists. You want
they sell it as vanilla chocolate strawberry so that you can have one at a party and people can pick what they want.
No, that is not. If you were to have a bowl of ice cream of Neapolitan, you got a pint of Neapolitan ice cream, like the big one, and then you take a bowl of it. You put it back in. If I'm the next person to open that bowl, you're telling me there's only one flavor missing?
Sometimes
100%.
That's why
that is not how you eat it.
That's why it's
What do you
striped.
go? You go across the top and get all the ring?
You go side to side. You got to get some of each.
Why are they separated? Why aren't the stripes thinner? Why aren't they?
Why isn't it all blended?
You want to make it like a rainbow?
I want a zebra
fruit
pattern.
stripe gum.
Why doesn't it look like goober grape? If you know what goober grape is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it should be all swirled up like the Superman ice cream we were talking about.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm alone. You got to get multiple.
You don't have
just
to.
buy vanilla and then buy chocolate and buy strawberry otherwise. Why even have the potential for contamination?
So again, let me ask you this. If I put a carton of vanilla and a carton of chocolate and a carton of strawberry all next to each other in a line, do I have Neapolitan?
No, it's got to be.
You got to put it in a bigger container.
If I remove the wall.
Yeah, right. Yes. The moment I take a scoop of each and put it in the bowl, then it's Neapolitan.
Okay, so watch this. I got a big container. I got the walls in, Neapolitan. Take it out, not Neapolitan. Put the walls back in, it's Neapolitan again.
Because to me, it's
insane.
What makes it Neapolitan is that I can get multiple in the same bite.
You know what's funny about this? We're going to hear about this segment for a year.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, that's true.
And people are going to come up and talk to this. Anyway, I think what was the question?
Hot or cold? Neapolitan ice cream. Yeah, hot.
Oh, ice cream's cold. Everyone knows that.
Hot. Yeah.
Everyone knows ice cream's cold.
Hot.
Okay.
Red hot.
All right. Wow. Oh, I don't know how I'm going to top that one.
If you ordered a Neapolitan milkshake, it's going to be all 3 together.
Do they make a Neapolitan milkshake?
I don't know if that's even
a Neapolitan milkshake.
Absolutely, somebody has made a Neapolitan milkshake. You know what I'll expect? Chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla flavoring. All together, which creates a new flavor.
You'll expect 3 flavors to be added in?
3 together that creates a new being of flavor. Someone makes some Neapolitan milkshake. I could definitely go to an ice cream place right now, ask for that, and they know what they're going to do.
I feel like you just end up getting a chocolate strawberry milkshake.
Right, like a vanilla chocolate and strawberry milkshake.
Although, you know what they might do? They might go like chocolate ice cream, strawberry milk to make the Neapolitan ice cream. I don't know how you're going to get the vanilla in there.
The Hershey sauce drizzle on it.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Change things up.
It is ice cream season.
It is. Shops are opening up.
It's like high of 57 today.
All I know is the phone lines are lined up for people ready to become lawyers in front of the Supreme Court, making arguments and cases and comparisons.
I'll keep this short because we've gone long. I'll do one more. Okay.
All right. One more.
Shams Charania a little bit in the spotlight here. Okay.
Yeah.
Because he broke the MVP news at like 9 a.m. before Amazon, who had the official broadcast right to do it, was able to do it.
Fine.
Hot or cold?
Who cares?
I think it's totally fine. He's doing his job.
He doesn't work for Amazon.
Yeah.
You don't pay him that much money as an insider to not do his job, to let that fly under the cracks.
I actually respect it because I feel like insiders these days are so scared to do anything that isn't exactly what the agent tells them and the league when you're supposed to say it, that I think the part of the story is that the NBA's mad. We sold, they negotiated this as part of it. This is a value to them. And now they're mad at us. And to me, I'd be like, respect.
Well, then,
Sean's like, I don't care. I don't care. I'm a journalist. I have the news. I don't care about your deal with this other network. I'm breaking the story.
Yeah, protect your info.
So I love it.
I love it. That's hot. That's awesome.
I know that I necessarily love it. It's just there's nothing wrong with him doing it.
Yeah.
Very often, I guess I'm surprised.
I just guess most insiders I would expect wouldn't do it.
Right. Most insiders would maybe get the information only on the condition that they don't do it.
Right.
And the information is embargoed until an announcement comes out, which is something that's very common.
Right.
Yep.
That's hot or cold?
What does he think about Neapolitan ice cream?
That's the real question.
Give Shams.
Did you have more hot and cold stuff here?
I had just one more. I was getting tweets yesterday. 79 points next year. This season was a fluke for the Sabres, and calling it fluke watch. I've even got a guy in my mentions. I'll go 85. Send me your contact info. We'll have a neutral party hold $1,000 bet money.
What?
Like trying to come after me for it.
Whoa!
You read it was too fast what you said. I have no idea what just happened.
Sorry. This is where this comes from. Hot or cold, this season was a fluke, but people coming at me saying 79 points next year, and someone said, I'll go 85. Send me contact info. We'll put a $1,000 bet on this that they'll have less than 85 or less points on the season next year. They think it's a fluke.
It's the fewest points they could have next year.
Yes.
What's their? Just do this. What's their over/under?
Next
That's
year?
a good question.
Yeah, I got it. Ready? I'll just say right here. 94.5.
I was going to say 96.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which does mean, sure, they could finish with 88 points next year.
Yeah, a lot of things could go wrong.
You're going to probably need injuries to your top 4 defensemen.
Do you want to point out what happened to Lindy in New Jersey?
Mm-hmm.
Had
They all got
112 points. Everybody got injured, and he couldn't get a save.
And the goalie
and he got fired.
Yeah.
Nightmare.
Yeah.
Like, goofy stuff does happen. The thing about that is that could be the fluke more than this was a fluke. This wasn't a fluke.
I mean, it looked like Ottawa was having that year. Ottawa made the playoffs last year. Didn't they have 100 points? And then this year, they started terribly. The same thing. They got some injuries.
They
couldn't get saves. They're such a good team that they withstood the saves. By the way, that's another I mentioned yesterday. Like, I think Florida's going to be back. Montreal's the youngest team to make the conference finals. They're going to improve. Tampa. Ottawa is not going to have historically bad goaltending again next year.
No.
Luck would tell you if they came back with the same goalies, they're not going to be as bad in that. And they still made the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct.
Like, the Sabres could finish with like 88 points, but I think
hopefully
you would need a perfect storm of goalie injuries and the division all kind of
hopefully Yarmo
together.
Agrees with all this, knows all this, and that means he's not going to sit by and say, like, I think we're in a good spot. He's going to
definitely
actively get after it to get better.
Mm-hmm.
803-0550. All right, there's a Simpsons thing about Neapolitan. I'm going to have to find that.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Honorable mention was that Dobesh take, by the way.
Okay.
That's cold.
Yeah.
For Owen.
Right. Cold.
All right. Neapolitan ice cream. Where are we?
got into it.
Where are we?
Wikipedia says the Neapolitan, like their official Neapolitan ice cream page. Neapolitan ice cream is an ice cream composed of 3 flavors arranged side by side.
I struggle with Wikipedia, though. That was like the one thing I could never cite in school, they told us.
They describe it as an ice cream recipe.
Recipe.
Oh.
It's a real complicated one.
Perhaps the most controversial thing we learned in that segment is that you can't comprehend a person would only go after one flavor.
That is crazy.
Just buy vanilla.
But I'm at the party, and they got the Neapolitan because they know if I like vanilla and you like chocolate and he likes strawberry, you just buy one container.
I'm sorry. So wait,
that's the whole idea.
You are the party. Here we go again. You are the party host, and you've bought Neapolitan ice cream for a birthday party, and you're scooping, and you're asking each person, what do you want? You want cake and ice cream? All right, you want Neapolitan? You're then asking which flavor?
Definitely.
Yeah. I'm just scooping them Neapolitan. You asked for Neapolitan, you're getting all 3. That's how this works.
Nobody asks for that.
There's cake and ice cream.
I'm not asking you a third question about which one you want.
There's cake and ice cream at every line at every birthday party in my family, and there's always a Neapolitan one, and we're taking different scoops out of each. I feel like that's a standard thing.
I will buy. The only times I've ever eaten Neapolitan ice cream, I've eaten the flavors one at a time.
Yeah.
It's the only way I've ever eaten it. I'll eat the chocolate first because I like it the least, and then I'll eat the vanilla.
I'm with you on that.
Strawberry.
Chocolate third.
Even if.
Now I think you're all insane. He can't even comprehend someone would do it solely one at a time. You only do it
that way.
When I eat Neapolitan ice cream, I take a scoop from each. I don't do one scoop of all of them.
And you blend them together?
Wait, so you have 3 separate... No, you got 3 scoops with...
Yes.
Hold on, I'm digging deep into the history.
Each scoop has to contain each flavor.
Do you eat them one at a time, like you eat all the strawberry and then all the vanilla and then all the chocolate?
I might, pick and choose, but
see, I can't
it's all
even.
in there.
I got to do one at a time.
See, now that I would respect the most is that you are then getting to choose yourself how much of each flavor I'm getting in each bite.
Right.
Because for me, I'm willing to throw it to randomness. Like, I'm going to get whatever.
In Australia, they marble the flavors together.
Oh, that's real.
Now, that's different.
Correct.
All right, whatever. You can all thank Alex Newhook for this.
Thanks.
Do we get any important Sabres news items while we were
who knows?
We'll doing all that?
We'll be
Tage
back.
had lower back pain. I saw that.
Yeah. We'll be back in a minute. Draft one. It's one thing that is different about. We can make comparisons to quarterback and goaltender all you want. You do not have to pick top 5 to pick a goalie. In fact, you would never take a goalie in the top 5.
No.
Vasilevsky was 19th overall.
Yeah, Florida picked. Oh, by the way, Florida's another example of this. Now, they never got Knight going, but they drafted Spencer Knight maybe like 15th and signed Bobrovsky to a $10 million year deal. That was in the same offseason they did that.
So if you want to do the 7-year plan, you very well could get most years, maybe get your hands on the best goalie because it's not that hard to get up to where that might be. Sometimes it's a first-round pick, mid-first. I mean, the days of Carey Price going, who went 5th? I think overall.
You can get the first goalie drafted in the second round.
Absolutely.
There's a guy in the Sabres system, I think, that I don't think is on the radar, that was the first goalie picked in a year, and it was like middle of the second round.
Is that the Lupin? Tobias Leinen.
I think it's Tobias
I think he was the first goalie picked of his draft, and he was like in the middle of the second round or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and there are guys. I mean, Wallstead was 20th
Jeremy
overall.
White here for
and
perfect.
he's like
Wayland
a
Brewing.
true
Okay,
stud.
great. Right.
So like that is where you're looking at. There are
Is that Gustafsson hip injury?
Yeah, the
really
Gustafsson-
suck for everybody involved because I'd want to spend a lot of time on just which one? They've got 2 number 1 goalies. Can I get one of them? But the problem is one of them's got a hip surgery and is going to miss the start of next season.
That is the biggest roadblock with that idea. And if I was, you want to talk about the big moves, I might prefer a Shesterkin move over a Hellebuck one. Little younger, and I might like him 5% more. I think that might make a little more sense. He might be even more available to me because the Rangers are just
30-year-old goalie. Like, what age was Miller when the Sabres dealt him? Was he about 30?
Probably about
in that
30.
neighborhood.
Ooh, how old was Miller?
I don't know.
No, because he was
younger.
He was older when he started.
32 then.
You're right. I think that might be right.
Maybe 32. Yeah, Shesterkin's 30.
Yeah, 30 on the dot.
Miller was 33 when they got traded.
So to me, the Shesterkin thing with 30 flat, that could be your thing for 2 to 3 years, like you're talking about, Joe, and you draft a guy to bring in behind him, and that could, ramp up. And whether that works or not with the guy you draft, you've still got, in 3 years, he's 33. That's still like end of prime for goaltenders.
Yeah.
Goalies are later. They can play until they're 36, 37, 38. Bob is old. And he's still been good. This is the first year he's really sort of taken a dip.
Right.
And to me, that is the window. Hellebuck is great. He's at the very end of what I would be willing to do in terms of age. Shesterkin would be, to me, the Goldilocks zone.
How about best moment? Your best moment of the season? We get a lot to talk about because you were
maybe
gone.
moment I would go into game 1 and I would say Samuelsson scoring against Boston.
My moment, and again, there's probably 100 through the regular season, but my favorite moment of the year was the Benson goal in Game 6. That deserves a statue to Ryan McLeod.
Yeah, that's good too.
to
Josh
Stone. Yeah, a statue to Josh Stone. We talked about that with Lindy after that. He mentioned it, how incredible it was. And that comes at a moment where, you're the Sabres who are up in the series, on the road, looking to close it out. It's a close game. Boston has started to carry play in the third period. And Josh Stone splits McAvoy and Pasternak.
Right, their best 2 players.
And takes a smash into the wall and sends it to Benson, who roofs it, and the series ends.
Right.
Right there, that moment, that play, that goal for me, statue.
Yeah.
And there's a still picture of Doan kind of swimming through the 2 players. It's just To me, that encapsulates a lot about what this team really was. It was those two guys. It was winning aggressively by chasing pucks, dogs being dogs. We got a million different things along the way, right? Think of all the things we got. River hockey.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just there've been a ton of
everybody ropes, everybody rides. You had a lot of sayings.
A lot of sayings, a lot of sayings, a lot of vibes.
Yeah.
That Doan moment will forever be etched in my mind.
You were there, right?
It was coming straight at
Game
me.
6, like
incredible.
And then handshakes afterwards,
Right.
like, holy cow, our team is shaking hands with the other team again.
The Lindy fist pump after, like, as he's leaving the ice, like, that will forever be.
Yep.
Yeah.
To me, that's the moment of the season. Against Montreal, there's so many great moments. Like,
is there one anywhere in the 10-game win streak? Or not really, because it's so...
I kind of can't remember the 10-game win streak.
So many things have happened since
the
then.
Dallas game, to me, was a moment. The New Year's Eve game.
Dallas game. Yeah.
Because they went in and just destroyed Dallas, and Dallas was red hot.
Yeah.
And that was New Year's Eve, and I was out, and everybody I was out with.
Yeah.
It was the first time I felt like the community, like, oh, they're back.
Now I remember this because I believe was it New Year's Eve? I was at a party watching the Sabres, and they're winning, and all of a sudden, like, the entire room is cheering at the screen.
Yeah, they won 4-1.
Yeah, and my thought is, like, everybody, wait, this is all coming back.
Yeah.
That was New Year's.
That was the 10th game?
Yeah, I think it was. It was deep in the streak by then.
Yeah.
And it was like that was the moment where I was truly like,
it was
okay,
10th.
all my friends are now obsessed with them again, and like we've got this back.
Yep.
And
Nice.
they're good.
Yeah, that was the 10th win in a row.
Yeah.
Chocolate. So, Marge, we need some more vanilla chocolate and strawberry ice cream.
I'll get some at the store tomorrow, Homer.
Neapolitan ice cream scandal. I was just tweeted something that's going to really force me to, challenge my own. But my own belief system. Mm-hmm. John writes in, what about rainbow sherbet? Strong point.
Very good point.
Mainly
That's a
because
huge point.
It's
the same thing. It's just a combination of
That's
different
right.
flavors.
The only difference is I don't know that the sherbet flavors are distinguishable enough from one another, and that's why you just say it's rainbow. To me, rainbow is a flavor. Neapolitan is a combination of 3 flavors. Rainbow is what, like lime, orange, and raspberry? Do you ever get just lime sherbet? I guess you could.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sounds good.
We'll leave this in the past. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe. Owen Parker, Joe Cali here. Tonight, Game 1, Golden Knights and Colorado. And it's at 8 o'clock?
8 o'clock. Not bad. For Western Conference.
That's great to have that at 8 o'clock.
It's as good as you can get. Eichel has 1 goal and 14 assists in the playoffs. He's not scoring.
That's the same as when they won the Cup. He didn't score a lot of goals. He just assisted on all of them.
Yeah.
And he's doing that again. Is he second in the third in the playoffs in scoring without scoring a goal?
I believe so. He's 1 goal, but yeah.
He was always an incredible playmaker, Incredible playmaker, incredible defensive forward. Like
their fine is getting held up, I guess. Their loss of a second-round pick. Did you see the list of the players that went 61st overall that got tweeted out? That's the pick that they're going to forfeit for doing this media thing. Not allowing the media to come in.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like the last 15 years, there's like 1 NHL player that was drafted with the pick that they're going to forfeit. Not to say like this is what they should use it on. It's just Tortorella being Tortorella, I guess. Yeah, not really a likable team overall. The Marner point you made earlier almost gets me there.
Would really stick it to Toronto. if you want to do that. You could really start to, live in hating them.
Are there any former Sabres that are worth rooting for around the playoffs to feel good about?
Former untouchable Braden McNabb.
Yeah, but he's already won.
I know. I'm just saying.
Taylor Hall,
Carolina.
That'd be a no, right? I don't need to see Taylor Hall win.
I have nothing against Taylor Hall.
I mean, I don't have anything against him. I just don't really have a thought. I don't have an opinion about him either way, really. And that's pretty much it.
We'll get a call in here. Sam in Buffalo. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Jeremy. I got a question. I don't know if anybody's raised this or not, and maybe Owen can address it. So the Sabres are buzzing. It's at the end of close to the end of the second period. Players flop down on top of it, and then Dobish dives on them. And I always thought, not only are you not allowed to close your hand on the puck, the only person allowed to freeze a puck in the crease is the goaltender.
That's correct.
And so if that's not a penalty or a penalty shot, where was the ref on that?
You can, as a defender, cover it with your body, but not your hand.
Correct. In the crease, that's correct. Yeah, you can't. If your hand goes over top of it and you close your hand on it, it is an automatic penalty shot. The laying on top of it could be called delay game, but I think the fact that Dobish got in on the pile and kind of enveloped it made the ref go like, all right, if the players weren't there, Dobish has it, so I'm going to just blow it as if Dobish has it. I don't know that that's the right call, but I think that was the thought process.
Okay. Yeah, because, I mean, watching all those years, I remember hearing, like, oh, my gosh, if we freeze the puck in the crease, that's a penalty. I mean, any other player besides the goaltender.
Right. You could any one of those Montreal players could have batted it out with their hand if they wanted to, as long as their hand doesn't go over top of it and cover it. So they could have pushed it out, swatted it out, whatever. That's fine. They can't just cover it with their hand. They could kind of dive on it, which is what they did, and it was kind of just one of those nothing plays. I think they were never going to get that call in that spot in a Game 7. It's just not going to happen unless it was in the crease, like, the penalty shot or the, real obvious, like, oh, there's a guy doing the thing that you're not allowed to do.
Just thinking back, we're talking about like the history of Game 7s and the history of the Sabres closing out a series at home. How many? They're 1-7 now in Game 7.
Yep.
If we include Game 5 against Boston, Game 6 against Philadelphia, how many consecutive you have a goal to win the series in this building and you didn't score the goal to win the series in the building in a row do they have?
Well, that's 3.
Right? So Derek Plant, that did. Doesn't have to be Game 7.
Just a series at home to win the series.
Brad May has score a goal to win the series, right? Like a goal to win a series.
Was there another one in 07? No, because Game 5 they were down in the series. Round 1.
Yeah, when they score against the Rangers, that's 2-2. They don't clinch the series. They clinch that series in New York. They clinch against the Islanders at home, but with the lead.
The year before, Carolina, they forced Game 7 by winning in overtime in Game 6.
They won here, but that doesn't win the series. Ottawa, they had a chance to win here. They won overtime.
Yeah, what happened in Game 4?
They got just beat. They didn't. It wasn't an overtime. I think they got beat like 3-0. It was not a close. If I remember correctly, it was not exactly a close game.
Philly in 06?
Philly in 06, they win it in Philly in Game 6.
Could they have won it?
No. It was
the game before?
It was 2-2.
Okay.
So like 3.
So now we're back to 2000.
Kasparaitis.
So Kasparaitis. That's 4 in a row.
4 in a row.
And maybe there's another one in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, that's a lot. It's probably more than 4. There's probably another moment.
What they are is not only they didn't lose every one of those series, but it's just you have these iconic moments ready available for you, and you just don't have. They didn't have them. So anyway.
Yeah. I've watched that Thompson 2-on-1 like a million times.
Yeah. Did you see someone pointed out that Thompson 2-on-1 it's not quite exactly because the one that he scored against Switzerland at the World Championships for the win, the guy, that's more like the Newhook goal. There's a guy driving the net. That's not Benson on a 2-on-1. Thompson just rips and beats the goalie.
Right.
Anyway, saw a stat on last night's Knicks comeback.
I went to bed with them up 20. They got up to 22 with like
the Cavs
did.
We're up 22 points in the fourth quarter.
With like 6 minutes left. Like there was not a lot of time on the clock.
Teams to lead by 22 points in the fourth quarter of a playoff game since 1998 were teams to trail by 22 were 1 in 594 going into that spot.
And it was the same play over and over and over. It was Jalen Brunson. Let's get James Harden covering him. And I saw a stat that they went at James Harden 21 times in the fourth quarter and overtime. And they scored on, I think they ended up with like 36 points on those plays. And they went on a 44-11 run after they were down 22. So it's like 36 of the 44 points they scored we're just going to go at James Harden over and over and over. He is one of these guys, by the way, that has a sports reputation of that dude chokes in the big moments and in the playoffs. And he's got a long resume that yesterday was added to of that. The quick NBA thought I have is the league and the sports world needs Wemby against the Knicks in the finals like I need air. It would break ratings records. Or maybe it would match whatever Golden State and LeBron had going for a few years there. Give me Wembanyama and the Knicks in the finals.
Could be good. Alex Tuck hit one of his quotes as part of his locker cleanout. We mentioned how he updated things with Yarmo and how teammates have expressed a desire to have him back. Quote, I'm going to do whatever's best for myself and my family. I don't know how the talks are going to go, and I don't know the future.
Okay.
Michael in Ontario. Quickly, Michael. Good morning.
Hey, well, you just brought up the Tuck thing for me. Sabres don't get where they are without him during the regular season, but his performance in the playoffs was totally moot, and it kind of sucked a little bit. But I really don't think he hopes he's going to be a $10 million man for 7+ years moving forward, and I hope the Sabres don't bite on something like that. Also, the overtime and the play from guys like Tage Thompson, he seems to be very lull and dull, which is tough for a guy to watch who loves the Sabres when he just Dobush tracks him like that and he just goes for a deke. Just rip the puck. He's got the release like Eichel. Let her ride, baby.
Yeah, I'm sure he's thinking about it a lot. You know? Extendo Sports is coming up. We'll pass things off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. You and I have not had a chance to talk about this because you were away for a couple weeks. Matthew Tkachuk, Jeremy White here for flirting with Sabres fans.
Yeah.
You've got great players who, for the first time maybe in their lives, are watching the hockey games like they would and saying, maybe that place doesn't stink.
Right.
It's like a step forward.
It's maybe not Siberia in the same way.
Wow. Here's Jack Hughes.
You might think.
Oh, man, that place was amazing. Huh. Good. That's a step. I know it's a baby step, but that for me that's been working.
And not even players that, you'd expect to be available
no,
come to you. But if they're thinking it, then why couldn't I expect that the second line guy is thinking the same thing that the top line guys are thinking that just have podcasts because, maybe Robert Thomas isn't famous enough to have a podcast.
Maybe not. What would he talk about? Blues hockey?
Probably wouldn't be listened to as much as
maybe he might get more numbers
as much as these guys.
But that's fun for me.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you said it, like they feel like they're a real NHL team again. And a lot of the player stuff could just be, I guess, the team being back and the fans alone, and that could really just be it. Like, and how many of them would have known that this was there? Sabre players even mentioned Samuelsson wrote that letter to fans at the end of the regular season where he even laid out like how, you'd get told all these years by alumni coming back, Miller, whoever, like, man, you wait till you see what this is like when it's actually good. And he even said, like, you don't even know if you fully believe it because, like, okay, sure. Like, you hear it enough and you've not seen it that maybe you don't really fully believe it. And now that here it is, and now everybody sees it, I think that could do a lot for them around the league for players saying yes. And that was the whole time, that's all it was, wasn't it? Like, they just had to win.
Mm-hmm.
They just had to win.
They had to prove it.
You're going to get off a bunch of no-trade lists. You're going to get off all no-trade lists? No, but you're going to get off about a bunch of them, a lot of them, and that this inability to really propel the team forward is going to be a lot easier on whoever the GM was. And I would expect that to be the case this offseason. Like, if they want to call about Connor Hellebuck, if they want to call about Robert Thomas, whoever the best player is that's traded this offseason is, then I would expect them to be like in that race.
All right, something we'll track later in the week we'll get to. Premier League's final week is Sunday. All the games happen at the same time. Tottenham still not totally clear of relegation. They need to tie. If they tie, they're through. If they lose and West Ham wins, Tottenham gets relegated, which would be arguably
the best thing
the
ever.
coolest thing that's ever happened in sports. It'd be utterly incredible. A team of that caliber to go down to the second division. Sorry, Tottenham fans. I think you'll be okay. but it would be incredibly funny.
If they go down?
No.
I
don't think they'll go down.
They won't. If they did, they will not be okay.
No, I know.
They're going to lose all their players.
I would think it would be incredibly funny. Sorry. All right, we're back tomorrow.